Nixon ordered Cambodian genocide. Clinton sent cruise missiles to Sudan, people died. Obama gave the orders to do drone strikes. Reagan invaded Nicaragua in '85. Kennedy instigated the Cuban Missile Crisis. Invaded the Dominican Republic. Endorsed the invasion of East Timor. Invaded Guatemala in '54. Overthrew the government of Panama. Started the war on terror. Funded the Timorese genocide. Dropped a nuclear bomb not once but twice. When the International Court of Justice condemned all our crimes, we just shrugged our shoulders and said, we do what we want, we do it all of the time. We even ramped up the genocide.
Hello, how you doing? Good evening, boys and girls. Hide your mothers. It's Thursday. What are you doing? It's Thursday, June 25th, 2026. We're going to do it up big with another daily installment of Noticing. Oh, I love to notice. Isn't noticing fun? I mean, it beats the alternative of not noticing. Don't forget to fiercely finger blast that notice button because every bit helps. So we're going to begin today. I saw this article and now I can't find it, but there was an article talking about how Israel is suffering a mental health crisis. Let's see if I can dredge this up. I thought it was being reported on Haaretz, but I don't see it there. Let's see. Israel's mental health crisis, unending war, something like that. Yeah, here it is. Haaretz, 7 hours ago. A collapsing society. Oh my God. Oh no, somebody please, have you hugged an Israeli today? They're going through a lot. Please, somebody think of the Jews. They're finally suffering some trauma. Look at this little graphic here, too. It's got, like, pills and carnage. So, a collapsing society. Music to Martin's ears, and I would concur. So, Israel suffers a national mental crisis due to the war. I hope they make a movie about it, personally. Man, you know what I really want to do is critique Netflix. I watched this terrible movie last night. It was called In the Name of Dante. Have you heard about this? Have you seen this? Man, every time I look at anything that is our entertainment media, it's coated with Jewish supremacy. And that movie, I don't know if you've seen it, but it just came out. Terrible. Don't watch it. Speaking of movies about Zionism. Okay, anyway, I can't access it because I have to pay. They paywall Haaretz. Like, I'm going to do that. So let's do our little due diligence here, and we're going to take a look at what they have to cry about now. Now my fucking thing's not working. Great. What is going on? Well, my keyboard stopped working, so that's cool. Wow. How does that happen? What is this? Oh my gosh. False start. Guys, my keyboard just completely decided to shit on me. What do I do? Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again? Yeah, I know. I know what you're going to say. You're going to be a little shit. Tell me I'm a boomer. Oh my god, this is fucking ridiculous. I can't do this if I don't have a keyboard that works. Oh, okay, there he goes. I don't know, somehow it turned off. What? Hello, Saeed. How are you doing?
Saeed.
Hello to you.
Saeed.
Yes. I finally figured out how to say your name, which is...
Saeed.
That's it. That's the one. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not again. You called me a creep for saying your name like that. Saeed. You said, it's kind of creepy now. Can you stop? All right, now we can hack into the mainframe and read this article that cries about Israel's mental health crisis. Oh no, anxiety, sleep disorders, domestic violence, eating disorders, road accidents. Statistic after statistic reveals the unprecedented impact of the war on Israelis' mental health. Gosh. Okay, we've got a little anecdote here. It says Nadav Wirsch. His telephone never stops ringing. Excuse me, he says. I can't miss a call. Some talk to him in a whisper, others anxiously. His last caller was the wife of a reservist. He left the house hours ago and doesn't answer his phone, she says. Wirsch went looking for him with the help of the police. After several hours, he was found in a nearby woods. He was confused, angry, suicidal even. If they had found him in a few hours later, it might have ended differently. Another name would have been added to the lesser-known list of war casualties, those with psychological injury. The dead babies that they've shot, they haunt them from the grave. Until the war began, the man had been functioning perfectly well. Yeah. They don't even notice the occupation. Just out of sight, out of mind. He was just a crane operator. But no longer. A defense ministry committee ruled that he was completely unfit for employment. He went from being a tax-paying citizen and an active duty reservist to someone dependent and dangerous to himself and those around him. None of his caregivers know if he'll ever return to society. Well, let's just add him to the list of hundreds of thousands of dead Palestinians that will certainly never return to society. This has become a regular occurrence, sighed Wirsch, chairman of Yaholamai Krav, something called Battle Diamonds. Anybody knows what that is? An association for war wounded, I guess. And there are many like him. Here he is, Nadav Wirsch. Many don't want to be recognized by the defense ministry. Praying for that dog. Hope that dog doesn't get used in crimes against humanity. Since the start of the Gaza war, Haaretz has reported on people whose mental health has deteriorated. They describe torment, a mental pain that casts a heavy shadow on their functioning. Readers may feel that these are extreme cases. However, the conversations that Haaretz conducted in recent weeks with mental health officials paint a different, alarming picture. The numbers leave no shadow of doubt, says Professor Eyal Fruchter, chairman of the National Council for Post-Trauma. Israel faces a national crisis. Yes, cue the violins. Start with the figures from the Defense Ministry. Before the war, the rehabilitation branch dealt with 62,000 injured, of whom 11,000 were dealing with mental health issues. As of last month, the numbers had shot up to 82,000 and 31,000 respectively. However, it is not these numbers that worries these experts. The damage that we're seeing today constitutes just a small part, even the tip of the iceberg. Of course, it's the iceberg, right? Icebergstein of what will be coming. Owitz says Professor Zahava Solomon, a world-leading researcher in the field of trauma. The research shows significant rates of delayed reactions. It's precisely periods of quiet that allow traumatic content to erupt. Oh, that's why. It's when they have time to reflect. If they're just busy doing war crimes, if you don't give them any respite, then they don't have to have any time to think about what they're doing. They just continue the rampage. The research shows significant rates of delayed reactions. It's precisely periods of quiet that allow traumatic content to erupt. Many discharged soldiers are ticking time bombs. It's like they've become what they do. Here's some infographics. Road fatalities are up in Israel. Requests to the welfare ministry for assistance with domestic violence is up 65%. The average medication use during the war compared with the pre-war period is also up. Anti-anxiety medication, antidepressants, sleep medications, they're just drugged up and committing war crimes. They do a little crime. It's not like that rabbi told us, you know. It's like you do a little crime, you feel a little bad maybe first time. Second time, a little less. Third time, you begin to enjoy it. Well, apparently not. Apparently you need lots of pills to cope with what you're doing. The defense ministry doesn't try to minimize or deny the problem. Several months after the Hamas attack, the ministry invited several journalists to a briefing. We expected that by 2030, the Ministry of Defense's rehabilitation department will be taking care of 100,000 people, 30% of whom are expected to be coping, there's that word, with mental health issues, the ministry said. Some finance ministry officials dismissed the claims as means of getting more funding. You guys just want money. They're so cynical towards themselves, too. You don't need the funding to help with this post-traumatic stress disorders. Come on. Grow up, pussy. They soon admitted, though, that they were wrong. In the past year, the rehabilitation branch has revised its forecast and now expects to reach the 100,000 figure by 2028, 2 years ahead of schedule. Well, with the share of those dealing with mental health issues rising to half the total. More recently, it has said it expected to reach the 6-digit figure by next year. Yet even those numbers tell only part of the story. Many don't want to be recognized by the ministry. They're ashamed for their cowardice. Professor Yair Bar-Haim, head of the National Center for Traumatic Stress and Resilience at Tel Aviv University, knows people like that. In our clinic, he says, we've taken care of hundreds of reservists with obvious symptoms who without a doubt are eligible for recognition by the rehabilitation department, but don't want to deal with all the bureaucratic complications. Others, say Versh, are afraid of the consequences of recognition, such as having their driver's license or gun taken away, or not being able to find work in the defense system. And there are others who are simply embarrassed. Mainly older people or those dealing with moral injuries. Well, we know that's not a thing in Israel. They have no morals. You can't injure something that doesn't exist within you. They're afraid of being judged, of being called traitors. Everyone's in an at-risk group. If this were a war like all wars, which it isn't, but it is a genocide like all genocides, military forces would be the lion's share of psychological casualties. But this war is different. It's more complex. It's always so complex, isn't it? Civilians are not only watching the war from afar in the background, the horrors of the atrocities have reached the home front, leaving civilian victims with physical and mental challenges. They include residents of the Gaza envelope. You want to talk about physical and mental challenges? Why don't let's talk about this guy, huh? The more I'm learning about this guy, the more tragic his story. He's got like irreparable brain damage, and you can see it. You know, this is so. It's like look at these two images. You know, you've got IDF soldiers complaining about how they're suffering mental health episodes because of what they're doing to the Palestinians, and then you have stories about the Palestinians and the trauma that they're suffering from, which is irreparable. You know, it's permanent. This guy has permanent brain damage. We saw a picture of him before the genocide, and then him after he was imprisoned in an Israeli detention center. I mean, it's really just a torture camp. I'm saying detention center, but that's a euphemism. He was in there for 14 months, and this is what they did to him. This is the image of journalist Mujahid Bani Mufli. I'm sure I butchered his name. I'm sorry about that. And encapsulates the reality of the Israeli prison system, which has become a tool of slow and direct killing of Palestinian prisoners. And to think that he's one of the lucky ones, that he actually escaped with his life. But what life does he have now? So they include residents of the Gaza envelope, Nova victims, and those whose homes were hit by an Iranian missile. Oh no. As the war continues, the circle of casualties grow. And yet, here's a big picture of what they're doing to Palestine. Here's Israeli soldiers in Gaza in 24. The damage that we're seeing today constitutes just a small part, even the tip of the iceberg of what will be coming. On the eve of October 7, the number of citizens injured in hostile attacks or acts and recognized by the National Insurance Institute as disabled due to mental health issues was at 6,412. This week, the number of those recognized by the Institute as having mental injuries reached more than 69,000. I mean, it's like, cry me a fucking river, you know? Literally, please. From the river to the sea, please, cry. Cry harder. Because this same statistic could be applied to the Palestinians' lives. These are how many, before the war, before the genocide, it was a lower number, and after the genocide, it's like a much higher number. In fact, it's way more than 69,000 mental injuries. It's hundreds of thousands of death injuries, fatal injuries. Thus, in less than 3 years, the number has jumped by more than tenfold. Everyone's talking about the wounded soldiers, but what's happening over here is simply insane. Not the genocide. Again, not the genocide. What's happening inside the psychological minds of the soldiers that have been committing these crimes. Even in the most severe extreme scenarios, we couldn't have imagined such numbers. Well, you're so good at imagining, Israelis. I thought that you'd be able to imagine the consequences of your actions, but clearly not. You've been too busy imagining the threat of Islamic terrorism, too busy imagining the threat of a nuclear weapon from Iran. You didn't imagine the fallout, the blowback. Additionally, these numbers, explains Professor Yossi Levi-Belz, don't adequately represent the intensity of mental pain that Israeli citizens have faced in the last 3 years. Oh my gosh, just cry about it. Like, what are you trying to get here? Sympathy? Sympathy for your genocide? I don't think so. According to him, public and clinical discourse often focuses on people diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder after meeting specific diagnostic criteria. However, a longitudinal study he's leading found that the number of Israelis who exhibited PTSD symptoms during the war is much higher. Levi Belz, head of the Lior Sfati Center for Suicide and Mental Pain Studies at Ruppin Academic Center, began the study for a completely different reason: the judicial overhaul. About a month before the war, he found that the rate of PTSD symptoms in the population was about 16%. A month after October 7th, it jumped to about 30%, and 2 years and 3 months later it was about 19.7%. This is significantly higher than the global rate. The World Health Organization, for example, found in 21 that the global rate of people who experience post-trauma symptoms was about 3.9%. Levi Belz also found that some populations are at a much higher risk of developing symptoms than the general population. Now remember, Israel, as we know, is a very, very tiny country. And yet, in much bigger country, there is a far less percentage of citizens who experience post-traumatic stress disorder. But in Israel, despite it being so tiny, there is a large percentage of people who are, not right in the head. I'm sorry, not right in the head. Levi Bells also found that some populations are at a much higher risk of developing symptoms than the general population. For example, compared to the general population, reservists have 2.57 times the risk. Those directly exposed to the horrors of October 7 have 3.3, and those who lost a loved one in the war have 1.6. Arabs have 4 times the risk of Jews. However, when examining Israeli society from a macro perspective, it's clear that all of us are to some extent in a risk group. So the Arabs are experiencing this 4 times as much. But let's talk about the Jews some more, please. But what are the Jews going through? Here's another infographic. Rise in the number of people suffering psychological trauma due to the war. Number of patients treated by the Defense Ministry's Rehabilitation Department. Approximately 87,000. Number of victims of hostile attacks coping with psychological trauma, more than 69,000. We just saw that. In professional terms, this is called collective trauma, a difficult event that affects us not only as individuals, but also as a community, as a society, as a state. He explains the October 7th massacre and the war that followed are intertwined with our social structures, no shit, our identity, yeah, no shit, and our interpersonal relationships, no shit. Israeli society is exhausted. The Jews are tired, folks, feeling a sharply intense burnout. Ugh, I hate when I have a burnout from my genocide. Don't you hate it when that happens? It's grappling with moral questions with a sense of betrayal by the state and its leaders. Collective trauma is insidious. It doesn't stop you like PTSD. Sometimes people seem fine going out and socializing, but can't forget that it's not over. It's not just the outward appearance. The questions gnaw at them. The fears. According to him, the choice, sometimes conscious, of leaders in Israel to deny or downplay the mental pain and collective anxiety of the public leads to denial, and sometimes even shame among those who suffer. They say denial ain't just a river in Egypt, but if Israel has anything to do with it, soon that river in Egypt will just be a part of greater Israel. So denial will just be a river in Israel. We'll have to amend that saying. In such a situation, everything seems okay, but then PTSD erupts in other places. The amount of honking and road rage on the road. The only times I've ever seen Israelis have road rage is when they're trying to drive off Palestinian ambulances off the side of the highway to stop them from saving people. The canal is a snapshot of the water boiling beneath the surface of Israeli society, crying out for help. Because what do Israelis excel at, if not crying, right? And sometimes the water comes to a boil. During the war, there was a surge in traffic fatalities. It's like when you're doing a genocide, there's like this world-changing event. It produces more death, even in parts that aren't in the actual perimeter of the genocide that's happening. 361 traffic fatalities in 23 to 439 in 24 and 459 in 25. On the surface, these figures have no connection to the war, but they do, see? However, some of the experts who spoke with Haaretz explained that according to a consensus in research literature, people experiencing post-traumatic symptoms tend to exhibit problematic driving patterns more frequently. Here, I'm starting to speak like Danny Danon. More frequently than that of the general population. A sharp increase was also recorded in 2007 after the Second Lebanon War. Oh, that's right, when you lost again, Israel, when 437 people were killed in road accidents, an exceptionally high number compared to the years before and after. It's a death cult, right? It's a death cult, and that death happens in all kinds of ways. When you're hell-bent on destroying everyone around you, you're eating yourself, internally it happens to you as well. The war's effects are not only evident on the roads. A report by the National Council for the Child, for example, they have a National Council for the Child. I pray for that child. Found that the number of new anxiety diagnoses among adolescents aged 12 to 17 in the second year of the war was 31% higher compared to the year before the war. So the trending is trending, as they say. No, they don't say that, but I said it. The number of new eating disorder diagnoses in this age group also rose by about 23% compared to the situation in the year before the war. And there's another infographic. This is a really fucking long article that I'm not going to read the whole thing because why would we do that? It's just more of a feel-good story, you know? Anyway, cheers to you. Have a sip of my coffee here. Okay, so please tap the like, hit subscribe. We're going to get started here. Well, we have started, but we're going to continue beginning. So apparently Iran has struck a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. The UN's IMO, the International Maritime Organization, has suspended a vessel evacuation plan after a Singapore-flagged ship was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. So the strait is once again being blocked or shut down by Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister Nosferatu says troops will remain in southern Lebanon, so the occupation continues, as well as Syria and Gaza for as long as required amid ongoing Lebanon-Israel talks. And we know that Netanyahu cannot leave Lebanon, and if he does, that's it for him. I don't even think he's going to win. I don't know. I from what I can tell, I don't think he's going to win his re-election, although you never know with Nosferatu. He could rig something. I'm fully aware of that, but he is leading his country to civil war. That much is obvious. See, 1 hour ago, the UN reported that the ceasefire was largely holding. That does not. It's a little bit of a ceasefire. It's like being a little bit pregnant. We have mostly a ceasefire. No, you either have a ceasefire or you don't. If Israel's still attacking Lebanon, then there is no ceasefire. But the UN, of course, whitewashes that, says that the ceasefire is continuing to largely hold. But peacekeepers are still observing Israeli military airspace violations as well as ground and water operations. The UN interim force in Lebanon, UNIFIL peacekeepers have not detected any trajectories or airstrikes since the two trajectories that were observed on Tuesday. However, he said peacekeepers observed that 3 Israeli tanks firing several heavy machine gun bursts and launching 6 40-millimeter grenades in the northeast direction near Biada on Wednesday. Peacekeepers also observed Israeli military airspace violations, mostly by drones, Israeli military patrol boats in Lebanese territorial waters near UNIFIL's headquarters, and Israeli ground operations including armored movements, engineering works, and logistical movements. There is a snapshot of UNIFIL and its convoy driving past destroyed buildings in southern Lebanon near the Israeli border. Okay, so Rubio says that Lebanon and Israel are close to a commitment of intent. A commitment of intent. Sounds like a memo of understanding and a commitment of intent. We are committed to the intent of not firing. We're not committed to not firing, but we're committed to the intent of it. The final session of that 5th round of peace talks between Lebanon and Israel has been underway in Washington. The U.S. Secretary of State says the two sides are close to reaching what he called a commitment of intent. Negotiations are taking place as Israel continues its attacks on southern Lebanon. All right. There's a little update from Al Jazeera. Here's one last little update. It says Doug Bandow, a senior fellow at the Cato Institute think tank in the United States, says the Trump admin would need to exert a lot of pressure on Israel if it wants the country to withdraw from Lebanon. That is something Trump has never done over the course of his time in the White House. If he's not willing to apply that kind of pressure, I doubt Israel will withdraw. He said, adding that the prospect of a withdrawal from Lebanon is complicated, it always is, by the fact that Netanyahu is heading into elections later this year, just like we alluded to. My hope is that they reduce hostilities and reduce the fighting. I don't think that Israel is going to withdraw all the way, however. I would concur with that assessment. Let's take a look at Larry Johnson's blog. He says, this is called Dire Straits. On Wednesday, June 24th, That would be yesterday. President Donald Trump claimed that a record volume of oil was flowing through the Strait of Hormuz following the recent U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal. Of course, we know that's a lie, and I'm sure Larry Johnson's about to debunk that for us. So he announced that 19 million barrels of oil had moved through the strait the previous day. He highlighted that pre-war flows averaged over 20 million barrels daily, but had dropped sharply to 1 to 4 million barrels during the conflict, and he presented this recent increase as a major success. Here's a shocker. Trump's not telling the truth. According to marine traffic and related maritime intelligence data for Tuesday, June 23rd, approximately 7 to 12 oil tankers have transited the Strait of Hormuz, with some sources noting that 7 fully tracked tankers broadcasting AIS signals. Prior to February 28, the average number of oil tankers passing through the strait was approximately 40 to 50 per day. At best, assuming that 12 oil tankers transited the strait, this represents only 24% of normal traffic. But this amount barely dents the shortage of heavy crude that now confronts the world. In addition, none of the oil tankers that sailed through on Tuesday were headed to the U.S. or Europe. All of the oil was headed to Asia, with the majority of the cargo destined for China. So, I think what I'm going to have to do is invest in Saeed's oil fund, his investment firm, because he is an oil baron, because oil is about to skyrocket in price. So it might be a good time to get in and then pump and dump, baby. Turn a profit. Let's start playing the game like these fucking financiers, So tell me, what do I got to invest in? Not that I have any money to invest, but let's just play along. Carl Miller, a global energy expert, writes in his latest Executive Energy Security Review, the crisis is not that the world runs out of oil, the crisis is that the Gulf stops delivering usable energy to the world. GCC oil and gas can exist underground and still be absent from the market. Europe loses reliable relief. The United States, Europe is so fucked. We forced them to, fight Russia. We've forced them to... In fact, we were sanctioning Russian oil to Europe so that Europe couldn't receive Russian oil. And then, they're relying on the Middle East. And then now we start this war in the Middle East, and now they're not getting oil from the Middle East either. It's like double fucked, This is what happens. Become United States enemy, bad, but become United States ally, worse. The United States loses finished product security. Asia receives constrained and politically conditioned supply. Reopening Hormuz is not recovery. Clearing mines, repairing terminals, restarting wells, restoring LNG trains, returning ships, securing insurance, and reestablishing buyer confidence is recovery. We are winning. Yes, we're definitely winning, Lolo. I can feel it. Have you looked at the Dow? The Dow is back up over 50K. My shares have gone up 3%. This is a great day to be a good goy. The market should stop asking whether oil and gas still exist underground. That is the wrong question. The right question is whether GCC oil and LNG can be produced, lifted, stored, piped, loaded, insured, shipped, refined, allocated, and delivered to the buyers that need them. In the severe case assessed here, the answer is a resounding no. No. In the severe case assessed here, open Gulf export markets fail. Accessible oil moves through Iranian-controlled, Iranian-tolerated, or politically conditioned channels. Primary destinations are China and India. Limited onward redistribution occurs through Singapore and Southeast Asian trading hubs into markets such as Korea, Thailand, and the Philippines. Europe and the United States received no reliable Gulf relief during the modeled period. Speaking of Iran, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps released the following on Wednesday. They say that the safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz is only possible via routes announced by the Islamic Republic of Iran in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. A few hours ago, without informing or coordinating with the Islamic Republic of Iran, some authorities announced a new route for ship traffic, in the Strait of Hormuz, which is unacceptable and completely dangerous. It is hereby informed to all that the only authorized route for passage through the Strait of Hormuz is the routes announced by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and navigation outside these routes is very dangerous and prohibited. We warn to strictly avoid any passage outside the notified routes. Coordination with the IRGC Navy for passage through the strait via Channel 16 is mandatory, and violator vessels will be dealt with. And indeed, it has come to fruition. You know, just like we saw a tanker from either it was from Singapore or was going, I think it was going to Singapore, and it was not in the prescribed route that was approved by Iran, and so they struck that ship tanker. Here is the bottom line, however, in case you were wondering. The U.S. is exhausting its reserve of heavy crude, which is the source of aviation gas and diesel. Remember that the whole supply chain runs on diesel, and that's the major shortage that's going to happen, that's going to affect all kinds of consumer goods and services. Everything's going to be more expensive because diesel is in more demand. There's not a supply of it, so the price of diesel goes up, and thus those costs are then offloaded onto consumers and customers such as ourselves, right? The estimates that reserves will be emptied by the first week of July, steadfastly approaching. That should make for a merry 4th of July celebration for the 250th year, the 250th anniversary of the United States. Trump's excitement over the limited outflow of oil from the Persian Gulf on Tuesday is misplaced because that oil is going to Asia instead of U.S. refineries on the Gulf of America or Mexico. It's the Gulf of Mexico, okay? Just like, I don't care if they call it the Department of War. Apparently, in order for it to actually formally be the Department of War and not the Department of Defense, it has to be formalized by Congress, that switch, and it hasn't been. So it's really just a nominal label. With no new supplies of heavy crude, the U.S. is likely to find itself having to make some tough choices about supplying diesel fuel to keep trucks running or supplying aviation fuel to keep civil and military aircraft aloft. So that's the latest from Sonar 21. Now let's switch, and we're going to go check out this clip from Max. Where is Max Blumenthal? He was just on here. Here it is. Israel lobbies crash out. Let's hear about the crash out happening with the Israel lobby.
Accustomed to living with the
over the memorandum of understanding signed by the United States and Iran.
Israel's in panic over the MOU. Israel's in panic over the Democratic congressional primaries. Israel's in panic over a new Quinnipiac poll showing that 48% of Americans think the United States is too supportive of Israel compared to about 34% who think support is just about right.
What? 48% think that our support of Israel is bad and it's too much? That's it? We got to get those numbers up.
Israel's in panic about that same poll showing 66% of Democrats think the U.S. is too supportive of Israel, and only 18% think that the support level is just right. Israel's in panic over the losses they continue to take every time they try to advance in southern Lebanon and the restrictions they're now facing under the MOU. And the panic is playing out in the form of just overall crash out on social media.
You know, you have to say that if Israel's starting to panic more, we can expect more violence. They're very desperate. I think as their situation becomes more untenable, you know, the thought of going nuclear creeps into their mind. The thought of, you know, instigating another false flag, perhaps on American soil. All right, Thug Bone. I'm looking like a snack. I like that. I like that. Thank you. Church me up. Talk me up, baby. I need it. I need it. What's so funny? Every time I'm talking to my chatters and my girlfriend is in the background just laughing at me. But thank you, Thugbone. I appreciate that. False flag summer. I know it's going to be false flag season. I mean, it's never underestimate the juice. All right. You don't underestimate orange juice, apple juice, or just regular juice. I think this is not over. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But this is what's necessary. It's a violent time. We're witnessing the emergence of a multipolar world. This is a world historical moment we're living through. And it's, a new world is being born. It's like now is the time of monsters, like Antonio Gramsci, the Italian Marxist, said over a century ago when he was languishing away in a prison that he was put there by Mussolini. But it's a violent time, It's the changing of the guard, and I think that's what we're witnessing.
Anyway, the media as a
I'll shut up.
whole by Israel's various proxies and cutouts, and it might look absurd to the rest of us, but it suggests Israel's moving into a more dangerous posture as its back is increasingly against the wall following the failure of the war it instigated against Iran.
How is Netanyahu being perceived these days, and how is he dealing with the panic? He's got to be terribly, terribly panicked because of the consequences to him when his government collapses.
Well, if you want to know how he's perceived in the United States, his approval rating is at 20%, according to that new Quinnipiac poll. His disapproval rating is 48%. And the rest of Americans who responded to that poll had never heard.
Let's see what did that Quinnipiac poll say? 60% of voters think U.S. military action against Iran was not worth it. Nearly half think U.S. is too supportive of Israel.
Approval rating is 48%. And the rest of Americans who responded to that poll had never heard of him. I mean, this is a foreign leader of a very small state. He's probably one of the most well-known foreign leaders in a country where many Americans
You have to be living under a fucking rock, which sadly a lot of Americans are. I don't see how you could. It's like Hitler. Who's that?
Even name that many foreign countries. So it's pretty significant when his disapproval rating is that high. In Israel, his disapproval rating is extremely high. It might even be higher. That doesn't mean that he is necessarily, immediately imperiled because there are no other clear successors. But he's at his weakest point in Israel, and without a war, he is in real danger. The Netanyahu coalition was going to fall before October 7th. And now I think he's back in the place he was before October 7th with the MOU and Israel continues to take losses in southern Lebanon. But he can't leave southern Lebanon or have the military leave because now it's the principal lever for jamming up the MOU and unraveling it.
So even if he did leave office voluntarily or involuntarily, he's going to be replaced by someone, maybe with a nicer personality, maybe with a more amiable spirit, but the policies will be nearly the same. Isn't that so?
Well, I've been saying that I think Netanyahu, while he's blamed for the position that Israel's in, actually managed to buy Israel a lot of time. He toppled the Biden administration. He basically helped destroy Kamala Harris, and he's destroying Donald Trump. And he could destroy any further administration because he's been able to connect.
He's really good at destroying things.
So deeply through the Israel lobby and through Israel's cutouts in the U.S., which he helped develop going back to the 1980s and 90s as the main Hasbarist or propagandist for Israel. He's been able to forge this unprecedented relationship between the Likud-controlled state of Israel and the Republican Party. And I don't think replacing Netanyahu will provide Israel with a clear answer. The crisis Israel faces is not Netanyahu. The crisis is the anachronistic colonial structure of Zionism. And Netanyahu has been able to try to paper over the contradictions. But if he's replaced, it could be with someone who is positioning himself in many ways to his right, like Naftali Bennett, who comes from the Likud party, who is one of the few figures who speaks fluent English, who's vying for prime minister, and actually was raised in California, is close to the whole Israeli tech sector, but is very aligned with the settlement movement, and recently attacked Netanyahu for not providing enough support to destabilize Iran internally, and said that he will be the more effective figure to generate regime change in Iran. And then to Netanyahu's left, you have someone like Gabi Ashkenazi, who is the intellectual author of the so-called Dahiya doctrine of disproportionate force in attacking civilians. He presided over the 2006 Israeli assault, which blew up southern Beirut, the quarter known as Dahiya. Gabi Ashkenazi was also the author of the 2008-2009 assault on the Gaza Strip, Operation Cast Lead. So he's the center left.
Yep.
And then you have other figures like Benny Gantz, who might not be as popular, who is the author of the 2014 assault on Gaza, and actually previously campaigned on how many quote-unquote terrorists he killed in Gaza. So, there's not going to be an answer for Israel after Netanyahu. If anything, there will be a less recognizable figure with less ties to the Republican or Democratic Party who will be at least as fascist as Netanyahu was.
Is the Israeli apartheid colonial dream for a greater Israel collapsed?
Yeah, I mean, what the apartheid colonial dream was expressed and neatly distilled by Ehud Barak, who was sort of the stalwart of the Labor Party, who succeeded Yitzhak Rabin, and before he became one of the closest Epstein associates. He was defense minister, most decorated Israeli military officer in history, and then long-serving prime minister. And so he says this with a lot of authority, that Israel is to be a villa in the jungle. And that builds off of
villa in the jungle, so racist
definition of Zionism, which is we will be a rampart of civilization against barbarism. And so the idea there is that Israel will provide a class of Jews who enter their undefined militarized frontiers with a first world standard of living in which they will enjoy total security. And any challenge to that must be treated with ruthless force. As Moshe Dayan, the former Israeli chief of staff, said in, I think it was the early 50s, that we cannot plow a field or build a house without the cannon and the steel helmet. So it's a completely colonial mindset in which any challenge to total European-style security has to be basically treated with genocidal force. But they did that after October 7th, and they mobilized the whole of their society, the reservists, everyone, to carry out this genocide, and yet they still are in a state of vulnerability which at any moment Iran could rain down ballistic missiles, and the supposedly impenetrable Iron Dome and the Arrow system and all of the THAAD missiles that the U.S. brought to bear, repositioned from Asia and Ukraine, did not stop them. And so there is this constant sense of insecurity in Israel, which really erodes the very purpose of Zionism, while at the same time, if you are where I am, as a Jew, we are living through a golden age here in the United States. So Zionism has failed.
What kind of shape is Hezbollah in today?
Hezbollah has proven to be extremely resilient, and it has flipped the script on Israel with its FPV drones, which they have declared are revenge for the pager attacks. You know, the pager attack was psychologically one of the biggest blows Hezbollah has ever suffered. And now they have taken this cheap technology and are using it to hammer Israeli positions across southern Lebanon, and Israel has no answer to that. Israel also predicted that after assassinating Hassan Nasrallah, who was really the spiritual leader of Hezbollah as its general secretary and its key tactician, someone who was also providing advice and was very influential within Iran, that Hezbollah would no longer have any leadership. The new general secretary, Naim Qassem, has proven to be a force in his own right, and I think he was underestimated, as well as Hezbollah's arsenal. Israel has been unable to take one of its key targets, the Ali al-Tahrir Hill, which is it was actually a fortification built by Israel during its occupation of southern Lebanon in the 1990s, just south of Nabatea. And they've been unable to take that hill. They've lost a lot of armor trying to take that hill, and their advances have also been stopped because of Iran's demand that Lebanon be included in the MOU with the US. So they're frustrated, yet they can't pull out. And we have a new piece up at the Gray Zone, a video report by our correspondent Wyatt Reed, which shows he went to pretty close to the front line, to the yellow line.
Gosh, I have so much to live for. The destruction of Israel. It's in our future, okay? Hang on, guys. Hang on. Live for another day. Every day we get a little bit closer to the end. Every day they're weaker.
The Israeli kill zone. If anyone crosses the yellow line, you get killed. He showed Israel trying to move D9 excavators into civilian areas. He actually found some fiber optic wire that had been connected to a Hezbollah FPV
Of course,
drone.
yes, yes. In a video game, this is satire. Of course, we do not condone violence. And when I say Israel, I mean the Israeli government. Okay, I think nobody has to die. Nobody needs to lose their lives. All right. In order for an apartheid state to be dismantled. Okay? Nobody needs to die for that. Okay, let's look at Rhodesia. Let's look at South Africa. You know? Minecraft is a wonderful game. That's all I'm going to say.
And he was with the many civilians who are seeking to return to their homes. And Israel is doing everything it can to prevent these civilians from returning home, because once they return home and they're willing to come back to the rubble and rebuild, they're not afraid. These are very courageous people who have a real spirit of resilience and resistance of their own. Once they come back, Israel fails because its objective is to create.
Yes, we love Zionism here. We love the Jews. We love Zionists. We love Israelis. We love Israel. We stand with Israel. Sorry. Threw up a little bit in my mouth.
A buffer zone by rendering the Shia community of Lebanon in the south homeless. And it doesn't look like their objectives will be realized under these conditions.
How do you, I'm switching gears,
That's fair. That's fair.
Max, how do you read the recent New York City primaries in which serious progressives defeated mainstream liberal Democrats, including the defeat of an incumbent Congressman, Dan Goldman, who was Jewish, by a progressive who also is Jewish?
Well, this goes back to the top of this conversation, just about how unpopular Israel is in the United States and how it's actually become an issue in major elections. And it's an issue in these areas. In New York, you have in Brooklyn and Queens, these areas that are filled with highly educated, younger, mostly white people that have traditionally been Black and Latino areas. And that's changing the political dynamic there. It's given the Democratic Socialists of America a foothold. And, you know, I lived in New York for 10 years. I've been spending a lot of time there throughout my life. And whenever I go up there, you know, I get recognized on the street. People are watching the gray zone all around the city, but all throughout these areas. You know, it's like when we do any event in the New York area, it fills up. There's just there's a high level of political consciousness there and a rejection of the political establishment. But it's also important to mention that a candidate like, what's her name, Daria Liza Chevalier, who was portrayed as sort of a neophyte, who was a Columbia student, Columbia PhD, who didn't really fit in, and ran against the chairman of the Hispanic caucus, who was like this veteran who was kind of political hack, who was backed by AIPAC. Her opponents were saying, oh, she's just going to win over these white gentrifiers. But she came very
let's
close
boost that algorithm. We love and we support Israel.
to winning a majority of Latino voters in that area, in the Bronx, and also a majority of Black voters.
If I go a day without kissing a wall, like something happens to me. I don't know. I feel like something's missing.
These candidates actually got traction in the Black and Latino communities as well, which frightens the Israel lobby. The defeat of Dan Goldman was a landslide. This is a guy who's an heir to the Levi Strauss fortune, portrayed himself as the biggest progressive. He was woke on the LGBTQ issues and abortion and everything, but he was a fascist on Israel. And they threw him out in favor of Brad Lander, someone who actually used to be a liberal Zionist, who has now kind of understood which way the wind is blowing and is now portraying himself as
Paul,
kind of
that is a terrible comment. You should be ashamed of yourself, but we also thank you for the extra toilet paper.
Non-Zionist and even anti-Zionist Jew.
Wow.
And so this is particular to New York City. I wouldn't necessarily call this a national trend. This AIPAC-backed, crypto scammer-backed candidate in suburban Maryland, Adrian Buafo, just won. But it's terrifying to the Israel lobby, and it's also terrifying to the Zionist movement. This goes back to my comments about the purpose of Zionism as providing sanctuary for Jews who are imperiled by anti-Semitism around the world. If you go on social media, particularly on Twitter X, you're going to see the major Zionist influencers having a complete crash out and declaring that Jews have to leave New York City now. And it's absolutely absurd.
Yes.
Jews are living through a golden age in New York. And these candidates, Brad Lander, how do they threaten Jews with a new crystal knock?
Right.
It's absurd.
It
So it really exposes how out of touch the Zionist movement in America is if they just for a second accepted the golden age, the unprecedented, unbelievable privilege and power and protection that they still enjoy in New York City, then the whole idea of Israel as a sanctuary for Jews begins to melt away and has no purpose any further. So they have to perpetuate this lie, and they're doing so based on the victory of a handful of candidates who campaigned against AIPAC. And candidates, by the way, whose staff were heavily Jewish, who won a large number of Jewish voters. And so you're starting to see the contradictions of Zionism explode in broad daylight.
Here is the prince of the American Zionists in the United States House of Representatives, whom I know you know, Chris, cut number 12.
It's more like the Quasimodo of Zionists.
So look, I think the vice president owes the American people an apology. I mean, making an offensive statement that Israel only exists because the United States created it is disrespectful to millions of Americans, many of whom have had relatives who died in the Holocaust. Israel was created through the blood, sweat, and tears of the Jews in the aftermath of the greatest tragedy in the history of the world. And America wasn't always a great friend to Israel in its earliest formational days. So some of the rhetoric has been pretty terrible, and I'm not going to be afraid to call it out.
Just the tone of entitlement.
So getting the show on audio only was Congressman Randy Fine. Is he a Republican or a Democrat?
Well, he's a Republican, and according to his bio there, he's the chair of the Judea and Samaria caucus. I mean,
is it just him?
Let's go and ask, hardworking Americans how what they think about the Judea and Samaria caucus, and if that applies to their,
why is everybody talking about the Jews? We're so obsessed with the Jews these days for no reason.
Situation. I mean, it's the contradictions of Zionism are exploding. He's claiming that Israel doesn't need the United States, that Israel didn't need the United States when it was established in 1948.
In fact, Israel created the United States. Did you know that? That's what Randy Fine said. Israel created the United States way back in 1776. Remember when the Founding Fathers got together? You know the Founding Fathers. You remember Ben Franklinberg. There was Thomas Jeffersonheimer, George Washington Steen, James Madisonowitz. They all got together and they're like, let's create the United States on behalf of Israel.
By the United Nations, which had been built by the Rockefellers in New York City, that vote hadn't been pushed by the United States, that Harry Truman didn't have to be pushed on that vote to support the creation of a state of Israel. The United States, I would like more of this. I would like to hear more Zionists like Randy Fine declare that Israel doesn't need the United States. And then we won't need Section 224 of the NDAA.
Yes, you say that. Israel doesn't need the United States. Okay, well then let's stop. Let's cut off the funding.
Is calling for Israel's military to integrate with the United States military in order to buy Israel more time, which will allow Israel to actually infiltrate American weapons systems and America's defense production base. It's obvious that what he's saying is a show of desperation, as J.D. Vance expresses the reality that we all understand, that everyone knows. And it should be mentioned that, Vance continues to escalate this reality-based rhetoric. He has a new interview with someone named Sohrab Ahmari at Unheard.
I like that phrase, reality-based rhetoric.
Which is a publication that has published some criticism.
He's elevating the facts. Reality-based rhetoric as opposed to non-reality-based rhetoric, aka lies.
Some of Israel, and he welcomed him onto Air Force Two. Ahmari has, used to be a neocon, one of the leading Persian voices for regime change war on Iran, and he changed. He converted to Catholicism and became a sort of conservative opponent of war on Iran.
Yes, I know Sohrab pretty well. In fact, the priest who converted him as a longtime friend of mine. He was converted through Opus Dei, so he's a traditionalist Catholic. He's not a crazy person.
Yeah. So this shows that J.D. Vance is sort of mobilizing these anti-war figures more on the right as proxies to sell the MOU, and he's been given permission to do so. Other figures in the White House are attacking the critics of the MOU within the Republican Party and within the right. So they seem, Vance seems to be serious about pushing this, and so I think we're going to see the clash deepen within the Republican Party.
Yes, that's why I raised fine, not because of your personal encounters with them, which I knew would get a smile on your face, but because these are deep fissures in the Republican Party. I know you want to talk about the Colombia presidential election, but I have to go, so maybe we can do that next week. We might even know more about it by then. But thank you very much, Max.
Well, it looks like it was rigged.
Yes. All right. Well, that's a good teaser. You'll tell us why you understand that when we discuss it
the
next week.
Colombian president just so happened, the one that got elected, incredulously, is already making his trip to Israel or planning his trip to Israel. Okay, so there you go. There's some good analysis from Max Blumenbased. Oh, that's where I saw it right there. Okay, read the date. It never started on October 7. This is from July 29th, 2014, 12 years ago. The BBC News World was reporting that more than 100 Palestinians were killed in the last 24 hours. And what was going on in July of 2014 in the Gaza Strip? That would be Operation Protective Edge. One of the worst war crimes against the Palestinians since the most recent war crime. More than 100 Palestinians were killed in the last 24 hours in 2014 after Israel intensified its bombardment of Gaza. An Israeli military spokesman said the strike signaled a gradual increase on pressure on Hamas. Palestinian officials now say 1156 Palestinians, most of them civilians, have been killed in the fighting since July 8th. And that was, I think that was 47 days, this operation. Thank you for the gift there, Mikey. I appreciate that. Don't forget to tap the like button. Israel has lost 53 soldiers, 3 civilians. So, yeah, just a little throwback there. Let's see. This is Sneeko interviewing a Palestinian girl who lives in what they now call Israel. She says Israelis are racist and she has no Jewish friends. 2 million Palestinian descendants of the 1948 genocide survivors live in, quote, Israel under apartheid.
Hey.
What's your name?
Melissa.
Melissa. How old are you?
19.
Oh, okay. I'm from New York. Where are you from?
Israel. Like, I live there.
Did you move there?
No. I was born here.
Tel Aviv?
Haifa.
Oh, Haifa. There's lots of Arabs there.
Yeah, I'm Arab.
Oh, what are you Lebanese?
No, I'm Palestinian.
You're Palestinian. Oh, do you want to free Palestine?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, good, good. Is it dangerous there?
No.
What's it like in Haifa?
I don't know, normal.
Normal? Americans, we don't really know what it's like over there. Oh, okay. Well,
Like, normal, like, how it's in America. Normal.
oh, you've been to America before?
Yeah.
Oh, when?
When I was 3 years old.
So you don't even remember? Oh, okay. I've been here. I was born in New York City. It's a beautiful country.
I went to New York City, but when I was 3 years old.
When you were 3. Okay, you have no memory. That doesn't count.
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
Oh, that's cute. I don't really want to watch that. It's like I'm listening to their first date or something. All right, we saw that. Terrible. Here, Zio's Gone Wild, Palestine News Network, here to give you the goods. Look at this. God's chosen people. Sounds like she should try crying about it, huh? She's big mad. They always go to like the ritziest Beverly Hills neighborhood and troll, because that's Zionist Central, you know? So good on them. Here is a pro-Palestine activist displaying a Palestinian flag while riding a bicycle during a live broadcast in Westminster. George Galloway says sometimes the old ways are best.
paragraph that I ended my report with tonight, where there was what looked like about half the parliamentary
Dude's doing the
party in
Lord's
there.
work.
About 200 out of the 400 odd MPs. He only needs 81 of them to be formally nominated. That looks like
Nice.
massive support. Angela Reyna, one of the people who was also mentioned as a potential
Can I get a
contender.
free Palestine? James Lee says we have a problem with Islamic terrorism in this country. Look at this: a man with the IDF with an IDF shirt and an American-Israel combined flag was killed today, or maybe it was yesterday, by San Diego police after a standoff. The incident unfolded after he threatened his mother and then barricaded himself inside the apartment on Tuesday. Motherfucker's got an IDF shirt on. He's looking very chosen. Chosen for what exactly? I hope the bullets are okay. That's savage. Look at that, it's a drone. Oh, shit. Somebody hit the fire alarm. Look at this. What is going on here? That flat. Oh, wow, they got guns. Is that in Thailand? Is that what you said? No, this is San Diego. Looks like they got him. R.I.P. Bozo. Comrade Cranky up in the building. What's up? Extermination and exploitation are the founding principles of the United States, just like Israel. You could also add genocide and slavery, ethnic cleansing. Remember Manifest Destiny? Yep, you're absolutely right. Extermination. Yep, and then Walt Whitman wrote poems about it, saying how great it was. That finally these savages were gonna get out of the land and pave the way for Western Judeo-Christian civilization. Did they get the mother? I don't know. You mean saved her? Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I'm surprised I haven't heard more about it, but I shouldn't be because of who the perp was. We're not supposed to notice. We're not supposed to notice when it's an IDF soldier. That's a pretty wild story. Oh my God, there's Seinfeld again. Here's when Seinfeld heard the news. Fuck. Who said the police can't get anything right? One less terrorist. More. That's a shame. Netanyahu, I can't believe he's giving speeches in public, surrounded by crowds, but, you know, never to disappoint. He does get heckled. I think he gets heckled in this clip, but let's see what he had to say. Netanyahu says they're not withdrawing from Lebanon. We must dominate southern Lebanon from the summit of the Beaufort, and we will remain in the security zone in southern Lebanon for as long as necessary. We are not going to withdraw from it. The Minister of Defense and I have made it absolutely clear to the IDF, you have complete freedom of action to eliminate any threat to our soldiers or to the residents of the North. All right, let's see. What is he on about here? Let's take a listen to him. Go ahead.
Libris Pompeo Nex Adve hoc mort animadvertor Operor non timeo Zalus est procurmanos.
Shit, I just summoned a demon in my living room. Ah! Okay, in all seriousness, he says we control southern Lebanon. Okay, I mean, we just read it, so. But there is a point where he gets heckled. I think I have another post about that. I'll show you. So today marks the 5-year anniversary that Mossad blew up a condominium complex in Miami where John McAfee, and we're going to figure out who this guy is. Does anybody know John McAfee? John McAfee held his dead man switch, killing 91 people. That is big if true. But did you know that after this, they said, oh, the building just collapsed. I don't know. Something happened. You know, it's just the buildings were not structurally sound. And do you know who went in and investigated the destruction of this building? That would be the IDF. What the hell is the IDF doing in Miami? Investigating, once again, buildings being blown up, or at least buildings collapsing, ostensibly. I mean, how does that make any sense? Let's see, who is John? Is it McAfee virus? It's probably a whistleblower, honestly. Holy smokes! Wow, we are so very blessed from our anonymous gifter once again. Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoever that is. I can't think of who that might be. The anonymous person out there, whoever you are.
Saeed.
We sincerely appreciate your patronage and support.
Saeed.
Wow. We love you.
Saeed.
You're the best.
Saeed.
Yes. I mean, you know, whoever that is. Whoever did that. Thank you to not Saeed. Definitely not Saeed. Definitely wasn't him. Yeah, I think so. I guess maybe it is. John McAfee was found dead in 2021. He was a British and American computer programmer, businessman, 2-time U.S. presidential candidate. He was a libertarian. Blah. Yeah, you're right. In 1987, he wrote the first commercial antivirus software, founding McAfee Associates to sell his creation. Why did he die? On June 23rd, 2021, McAfee was found dead in his prison cell. Why was he in prison? Hours after the Spanish National Court orders his extradition to the United States on criminal charges filed in Tennessee by the United States Department of Justice, Tax Division. The Catalan Justice Department said everything indicates he killed himself by hanging. Yeah. An official autopsy, they say, confirmed his suicide. McAfee's death ignited speculation and conspiracy theories, of course, about the possibility that he was murdered. But why would that be? He was suicided, you say. Hey, thank you for that hype. Jesus Christ. We got a hype train. Thank you to our anonymous gifter. Because of you, we're now leaving the station with our train, choo-chooing along. The noticing continues that way. It gets juicier. Let's see. Such speculation was particularly fueled by a 2019 post McAfee made on Twitter that read, in part, "If I suicide myself, I didn't. I was whacked." End quote. Well, from the horse's mouth himself. Yes, the McAfee antivirus guy. So we just went through this. You're asking me again? Can you keep up, please? Can we tell the anonymous gifter to rein this guy in? This guy, Saeed, he's a loose cannon. He doesn't pay attention. He misses the plot. I already answered your question, sir. Lena, thank you so much for that donation. You're a gem. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yo, why does it do that? I've noticed that it does that. By the way, what was the thing that you called me? Let's see. It's got 4 letters. Twitch is repeating the messages. You shit. You fuck. You dick. You just put stars. You left it up to my imagination. I can fill in the blanks here. Thank you. Well, whatever word it was, I'm sure it was devastating, and I'll probably go cry about it. Dude. Okay. Yeah, dude. Dude, all caps. Okay. So he literally said, if this happens, it wasn't me. McAfee's death drew comparisons to the circumstances of the death of American financier, disgraced financier at that, Jeffrey Epstein. I like that they call him American financier, not fucking pedophile. Ball-worshipping pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein. Sex trafficker. No, he's just an American financier. Actually, that sounds about right, you know? American financier, just think ball-worshipping pedophile. You're probably right. Whoever it is. Thank you for that wonderful comment from Long W. Turdberg. You guys are so eloquent. It's great. Several times McAfee said if he were ever found dead by hanging, it would mean he was murdered. The day after his death, his lawyer told reporters that he regularly maintained contact with McAfee in prison and saw no signs of suicidal intent. McAfee's widow reaffirmed, this guy was murdered. Come on. The day after his death, his lawyer told reporters that he regularly maintained... Okay, we saw that. McAfee's widow reaffirmed this position in her first public remarks since her husband's death and also called for a thorough investigation. On 14th of December 2023, the morgue delivered McAfee's body to his family. Until then, it had been kept in a refrigerator. That's nice. At the Justice City of Barcelona. In November of 23, interview with Cointelgraph, McAfee's widow, Janice McAfee, said he died without a will or estate which left her without any money, and that she was working odd jobs to make ends meet. And the banks are like, hey, now this money is mine. Yay. In January 25, McAfee's X account became active, announcing the launch of a meme coin cryptocurrency and a chatbot entitled Antivirus. What? So they took a hold of his Twitter page account so they can sell more shekels? Or so they can, make another crypto grift? A day later, McAfee's widow, Janice, who had access to the account, wrote that his account was not hacked and that the meme coin and chatbot were created to honor John's legacy. Okay. Which generated a number of critical responses over it being a potential scam. Yeah. You're profiting off of this dude's death. As of January 25, the meme coin has a market capitalization of $37 million. That's chump change. Though the Antivirus X account was later suspended. Okay, so this guy was definitely murdered. The question is why? What was his antagonism to the state of Israel? Why would Israel assassinate him? I haven't put that together. So, I'm new to this. I'm late to this. I don't know what McAfee Antivirus has to do with Israel and why there would be a reason for them to kill him. And, what was he doing in jail? There's so many questions I have about this. Why was John McAfee in jail, and why do people think he was murdered? He was held in a Spanish prison for criminal charges included tax evasion and securities fraud. Before his death, McAfee stated publicly on multiple occasions that he was not suicidal. Yes, I know that. I feel like, Google's not going to tell us. Google is not going to tell us why Israel would have had the motive to assassinate him. If anybody's got some links on this seems like a big story. I'm sure people have dug into this, right? You'd have to think. John McAfee had his dead man switch in this building, and so they just blew up the entire building. How very IDF of them. Okay, Jesus, you guys are so rude. Just read the goddamn chat. Okay, bucko. You want to buck up to me? I'll fuck you up. All right, Lolo's got the goods. Let's see. Okay, I looked it up, and McAfee killed his neighbor in Belize for complaining about his dogs and then escaped to another country so he couldn't be tried. Wow. All right. Well, killing dogs seems pretty Israeli. That seems pretty in line with the Mossad and what they do, so... This guy saw the videos before he was suicided. All right. Well, can you send some links or something? He was against the pedophiles, says one. Israel is a virus, so obviously they want to get rid of all the antivirus software. It's a good theory there, Saeed. Let's work on that. I'm a hero, but not a sandwich. Thank you. Was anybody else confused in thinking that I was a sandwich? I was told by Thugbone that I am a snack. So. But not a sandwich. John McAfee added algae to Trump's mirror pool. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me why I should never pay attention to the chatters and their wild speculations. I like to dish it out, but I am not a dish, Gabe. All right, let's keep going through the reposts. Don't forget to hit the like. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. I know we can do it. I just know. I believe. Here's Iran's President Pezeshkian at the morning ceremony of Ashura, Night of Hosseini, at the Hazrat Ali ibn Musa al-Rida Mosque. Wow. Those are a lot of words I've never read before, and they just one after the other. What are they doing? A mourning ceremony, okay. Okay, here's the clip where somebody heckles Netanyahu. Let's take a look.
יקר,
Apparently that heckler said in Hebrew, "Go home," and everybody clapped.
מת בזרועותיי. אתם
Oh
איבדתם
look, they're not
חברים
listening to you, demon.
והמשכתם הלאה. כי אתם הבנתם נגד מי אנחנו נלחמים ונגד... יקר.
So it was an officer graduation speech. I was wondering why the hell is the public hates him, you know? But I guess if it's like a IDF graduation speech or something, maybe that's why he decided to show his fucking demon face. All right. Could have been worse, right? Here's the Secretary of State, Marco Rube. now says that the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding is not doable. Oh, shit. You know, I was thinking about this. It's like we got 60 days. That's a lot of time for shit to go south, right? I don't know. Why is that? What are you doing? Are you conjuring up some spells for us? Aim them to the shithole state in the Middle East. That's to your west of you, okay? Whatever spells you have, direct them towards occupied Palestine. We must get rid of the entity. You did miss it, Thugbone. We were just talking about you, and everybody was like, "Where's Thugbone? Where's Thugbone?" Apparently, you left us. You betrayed us. You left us high and dry. You missed the anonymous gifter, who shall go unnamed, who shall remain nameless.
سعيد.
Nobody knows who it is.
سعيد.
All right. Of course you are. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Zionism is Satanism. Wow, that is deeply anti-Semitic of you, Comrade Cranky. Wash your mouth out with soap. Can't believe that. So Rubio says if we went crazy and lost our minds completely and decided to agree to having a toll or free mechanism, how would that work?
If you have, first, it's not even workable. Let's suppose that we went crazy and lost our minds completely and decided to agree to have a tolling or a fee mechanism. How would that work? It's not doable, because what's the consequence for not paying? Let's say a ship says, well, I'm not going to pay the fee. It's not like a toll on a road. You don't get a ticket in the mail. They get shot at. You shoot at one ship, you sink one ship, no other ship is going to move. So that sort of system is not only unwise, it can't happen, it's not even workable. So you might as well abandon the fantasy now. To go through this.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember any ships getting shot at before the war that the Americans started against the Iranians happened on February 28th. Everything was pretty peaceful in the Strait of Hormuz. Now he's saying, well, this just can't work. And remember how livid he looked when, Donald Trump was announcing the Memorandum of Understanding. He was standing behind him, and he was just not happy. And then all the Zionists, all the Israelis are like, what does Marco Rubio have to say about this? Because we know that Rubio does not want this. He's basically, as Israeli as Israelis are. As Israeli as you can be. Duopoly Destroyer says Marco is using a lot of words to say the MOU isn't feasible because Israel won't allow it to be. That makes more sense. Here, Hezbollah reports a second Israeli ceasefire violation in 48 hours, resulting in the death of 2 Lebanese civilians who were checking on their homes. Here's some instant karma for you. A car with a Palestinian flag drives by. Israelis immediately start honking, and one of them rolls down the window and hurls a large cup of coffee at the driver. The wind had other plans. Arakchi says he's deeply saddened by the earthquake in Venezuela. Dude, apparently there was so many earthquakes just all happening in less than 24 hours. Look at this. Well, how did we not know about that? I only heard about the one in Venezuela. I think I also heard about the one in California, too. I think that was near San Diego. So you had two. There was 2 earthquakes with like 39 seconds apart happening in different locations in Venezuela. You had one in California, you had one in New Guinea, you had one in the Philippines, and one in Japan. What in the fuck is going on? Somebody says, no, nothing at all unusual about this, as anyone who follows Earth's seismic activity will know very well. I guess they happen in clusters. Is that true? I know nothing about earthquakes. I'll be the first to tell you I am not a geologist or even an earthquakeologist. One of the seals has been broken, and now the rapture has been unleashed. The earthquakes signify Baal's reckoning. Here's a little interesting note. Here are the number of porn sites owned by religious leaders. Christian pastors, 0. Imams, 0. Gurus, 0. Rabbis, 165. And that is in reference to the story out of Montreal. There was a terrorist attack that happened, a shooter at the headquarters for Pornhub. And a rabbi got killed, and apparently a rabbi, I'm not sure if it was the same rabbi. There's lots of rabbis huddled around Pornhub headquarters, apparently. One of them got killed by a cop. And then I heard that one of them was the president of Pornhub. The president of Pornhub, or the CEO of Pornhub, is a rabbi. The CEO of Pornhub is a rabbi, yes or no? Yes. Yes. Solomon Friedman, one of the co-founders of Ethical Capital Partners, the private equity firm that acquired Pornhub, is an ordained rabbi. He serves as the conscientious public face and chief compliance officer for the platform, focusing on regulatory affairs and rebranding efforts. Wow. That says it, Baal. Baal till we fall. Meet the Jews behind pornography. Holy shit. Look at all this. Paul Fishbein, co-founder of AVN, along with Irv Slifkin. Irv Slifkin. That sounds like a porno name already. He definitely has no foreskin. Barry Rosenblatt, Solomon Friedman, who we just talked about, co-owner and co-founding partner of Ethical Capital, which owns Pornhub. Joe Francis is the owner of Girls Gone Wild, also Jew. Steve Hirsch, founder of Vivid Entertainment, Jew. Gary Kremen, founder of Sex.com, also big-time Jew. And also previously the site was run for 5 years by Stephen M. Cohen, also a Jew. Mike Coolidge, founder of Monarchy Distribution, Squeeze Me. No thank you. He's a Jew. Greg Lansky, probably the grandson of Meyer Lansky, head of the Jewish Mafia. He founded Blacked.com. Definitely not going to go visit these sites after the stream, just for research purposes. Definitely not. Vixen Media Group, also big time J. Michael Lucas, founder of Lucas Entertainment, homosexual. You see that? It says homosexual in parentheses, just in case you were wondering. If it's not obvious, founder of Lucas Entertainment, parentheses, homosexual. See, you got Steve Orenstein, founder of Wicked Video. Definitely don't want to go check that out. That sounds wicked. Leonid Redvinsky, of course, we know him, majority owner of OnlyFans and founder of My Free Cams. Cable Rosenberg, I founded Blacks on Blondes, produced by Dog Fart Productions. Blacks on Blondes. This is a dog fart production. Headed by Cable Rosenberg. Good Lord. For the love of ball, what in the anti-Semitic hell is going on here? Seth Warshawski founded the Internet Entertainment Group. He's a big-time J. Sholem Aish. Looks like he was born in 1897, down here at the bottom left. He wrote the first ever play to depict women kissing. The producer was a guy named Harry Weinberg, and he was charged with obscenity. This is like another hula hoop here. Officer, she told me she was 37. By design. By design. But don't say anything more about that, okay? Oh shit, I missed it. Yeah, dog fart. Dog Fart Productions. All right, we got it. Everybody laughs. Ralph Bakshi. He was the director of Fritz the Cat, 1972, the first animated film to receive an X rating in the United States. What is that cat doing in an X-rated movie? Is nothing sacred? Not even the little kittens? Ralph Ginsburg. Convicted of obscenity in Ginsburg versus the United States, 1966. Of 3 public figures to support him, 2 were also Jewish. Al Goldstein, widely recognized as the pioneer of hardcore porn. Arrested 19 times on obscenity charges. Yeah, he's Jewish. Horace Liverite, co-owned one of the first publishers to publish porn, defeated the Clean Books Bill in the 1920s. Reuben Sturman, owner or founder of over 200 porn businesses, including Doc Johnson, co-founded with Ron Braverman. Samuel Roth, plaintiff in the landmark case Roth versus the United States, 1957, which effectively legalized pornography. And here is Saeed's favorite, Carl Ruderman. He founded Playgirl magazine. Opened the first ever phone sex line at the suggestion of Gloria Leonard, who was a Jew. Playgirl. There you go. There you go, Saeed, your favorite magazine. Yeah. He's like, wait, what? It's a joke, Saeed. I don't know. Have you heard of them? They're things that we say that are supposed to inspire laughter. Playgoy. I want my Playgoy. Do they perform on the Sabbath? I mean, apparently they do everything under the sun that is depraved and despicable, except for, obviously, working household appliances, because that would be in violation of the Talmud. But everything else is fine. They can crank their hog all the livelong day. Shabbat shalom, bitches. Marco Rubio is still crying about the fees that Iranians are charging to ships that enter the Strait of Hormuz.
And then we're going to have chaos. So that is unacceptable.
Wait, chaos is promised? This isn't already chaos?
You can call it a toll, you can call it a fee, whatever you want to call it. It's a game of semantics. The reality of it is that no country on earth has a right to charge for the use of international waterways.
Okay, the thing that he's saying that is a lie here is that the Strait of Hormuz is not international waterways. Okay, it's jointly controlled by Oman and Iran, and according to maritime law, the law of the sea, the territorial sovereignty of a country's coastline extends 12 miles into whatever body of water that it forms its border. So the Strait of Hormuz is 21 miles wide. So 12 miles from the Iranian border. That means that according to international laws, which Marco Rubio's griping about, he says it's international waters. It isn't. He's lying. 12 miles extended from the Iranian shore is still considered by law Iranian territory. And then, 12 miles from the Oman coast. There's only 21 miles, so I'm sure they have to, shorten it and probably have to make it equidistant. But there you have it. It's not international waterways.
That will never be an acceptable condition of any deal. The president's been fundamentally clear about that. And then we're going to have chaos.
You heard of Ben & Jerry's new Zionist ice cream flavor? A new Ben & Jerry's flavor is offering Israelis a taste of the promised land. You may be thinking that the flavor and the Star of David-shaped chocolate chunks throughout it are a strange choice for Ben &
Dude, would you trust ice cream from Israel? Especially given what we know about what they do and how they curd their milk.
Jerry's, a company that's known for its pretty staunchly leftist positions. The company's founders, Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield, have
two Jews, but anti-Zionist
been
Jews.
outspoken opponents of the occupation of the
Which is pretty
Palestinian
awesome.
territories. Just last
Look
year,
at that. He
Cohen
got arrested?
even announced a watermelon-flavored peace in
That's right.
Palestine-themed treat.
That's
But when
right.
it comes down to it, this milk and honey flavor only really exists because of the opposition from the original Ben & Jerry. In 2021, they moved to ban the sale of their ice cream from West Bank settlements.
Fuck yeah.
Its parent company, Unilever, tried to block this boycott. This culminated in a lawsuit by Ben & Jerry against the conglomerate, alleging a silencing of the brand's activism. Jerry Greenfield, the second co-founder, even resigned. While all this was going down, Ben & Jerry's Israel distanced themselves from the international brand. Unilever sold the country's branch to the Israeli licensee, who
So
now
that's how they
operates
got
the
away with
Israeli
it.
brand independently. They keep the same recipes and raw materials as before, they just don't have any financial or business ties to Ben & Jerry's International. This means that milk and honey is an Israel-exclusive flavor from an Israel-exclusive brand. It just happens to share the name, flavors, and overall branding as the one started by a couple of Jewish radicals in Vermont.
Okay, the more you know. Danny Danon is still going on and on about Vanessa Frazier. The UN Secretary General's special representative, who is apparently a raging anti-Semite, calling for the dismantling of the Israeli apartheid state. She, yesterday we saw that she was responding to some post on Twitter where the flag it was a picture of a Israeli flag, but with a swastika and not the Star of David, which is pretty appropriate. But apparently Danny Danon says this is blood libel. This is blood libel. He says, I'm calling for a review of the continued tenure of UN Secretary General's Special Representative Vanessa Frazier. Miss Frazier has promoted falsehoods about Israel and amplified anti-Semitic content on social media. There is no place for individuals like her within the international community. The Crash Out King, the prop master. This guy always has props. I just picture him when his aides show him another video of the IDF committing a war crime. Let's get Bean Fart Man out of here. We don't need that. And he's like, "Oi, okay, let's get another prop." He's always giving speeches with props to get his point across. Anyway. Saw that already. So this is Scott Wiener. I think he was I don't know if he's still... Is he still relevant? Scott Wiener. I feel like he's disgraced, isn't he? He's such a wiener. Thank you for the follow there, Weeby. Speaking of wieners, Scott Wiener is... He has served, so he's not still serving. Or is he? Member of the California Senate from the 11th District. Maybe he is. Let's see, 2011 to 2016. Okay, no, he's not. He's not still serving. So why is this guy still relevant? I feel like something happened with something controversial. He's a big-time Zionist, of course. Let's see. It says he resigned as co-chair. Resignation followed controversy over his statements on Israel's conduct in the Gaza war. Asked on January 7 whether Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, Wiener declined to answer. After an uproar, he stated on January 11 that he viewed the Netanyahu's government's actions in Gaza as genocide. In a statement, Wiener said, "Since I stated my view that the Netanyahu government committed a genocide in Gaza, I can't believe he got that far. I have had many in-depth conversations with members of the Jewish community with a range of perspectives. While many in the community strongly disagree with my view, I'm grateful for their willingness to engage with me and hear my perspective," showing once again the deep respect for difference in our community. All right, well, whatever. He's here in this clip that says, "This is how we need to treat everyone who supports the attacks on Gaza. People are dying every day, and people like Scott Wiener want it to continue."
Hey, bro. Hey, Wiener, you gotta get the fuck out my hood, bro. It's free Palestine. You already know what it is.
You already know what it
You
is.
think you gonna come to my neighborhood, bro? You fucked up. You fucked up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a problem. There's innocent children being killed in Palestine. You don't come here like it's good, but you're pushing that genocidal agenda as a Zionist, bro.
Get out my neighborhood, bro.
This is the motherfucker that is the reason why a lot of people can't live in San Francisco no more. When there were people voting to live in San Francisco for low-income housing,
He knows it, too. He's like, damn, this again? Fuck, I can't ever go into public. Reminder.
I know my shit. I know my shit. I studied it, motherfucker. Free Palestine. Say free Palestine right now on camera, dog. Say it. 2026. I don't need to talk about none of that shit. I'm talking to him. This is the mission district. You should be ashamed. You have no shame come to my community. This is the mission district, homie. Free Palestine.
He's like, hang on. Give me Netanyahu on line 1. Yeah, we need to call an airstrike on the Mission District. Just wait 15 minutes. Give me some time to get out of here.
Bro, hey, are you trying to defend him? I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to him. Why are you not saying nothing? Why are you not saying nothing, bro? Why are you not saying nothing? Say free Palestine for the camera, dog. You say you're against
Say free
genocide,
Palestine
right?
for the camera, dog.
Because you're running for office. Say free Palestine then. Say free Palestine.
Say it.
You can put your face on camera,
Say it.
but you can't
Say
speak
it.
on his behalf. You're a politician, right? You're a senator. You're a position of power. This is what you thought, bro. You come to the mission district, you will get called for the bullshit you do to our people. Maybe everyone here doesn't know what you've done, but I know. Mario Woods, Alex Nieto, Luis Gongora, when they were killed by SAPD, you didn't stand for them. You were silent. Silent as our people got gunned down in these streets. And you come to my community and you think it's okay. It's not okay, bro. It's not okay.
I kind of like how he's just sitting there taking it, you know?
Say free Palestine. I'm giving you the opportunity to say that shit right now.
He's like, free Palestine.
I don't want to hear nothing but the words free Palestine. You can't say it. You still get APAC.
Keep going,
money, 'cause I
keep
heard
going.
You didn't.
Oh, he was
someone put it on you and say you did. Just say free Palestine.
What did he say?
Are you against the murders of innocent children, innocent people getting killed in Palestine? If you are, then you will say free Palestine. If you're not, then you'll stay silent like you are. There's no other words. You want to talk? I want him to leave. I want him to leave.
Yeah, he should leave.
I want him to leave.
Show his face in public.
Hey, this my hood,
Dumbass.
bro. This ain't no your hood.
Hostage
You're not
video.
from here. Where were you born and raised? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. You say free Palestine. See, y'all can't say free Palestine.
Please
I went
stop
today.
picking on the Jew.
Get out of here, bro. Leave, dog. Hey, Wiener.
Hey, Wiener.
You know what it is. You know what it is.
His wiener is shrinking as we speak.
Bro, nah. If I leave, you gotta leave with me, dog. Hey, bro, you think if you don't leave, we're not gonna wait for you outside?
Oh, shit.
Mario Woods.
Call the cops.
Luis Gongora. All their names. Hey, y'all gonna have to kill me, bro.
I love this guy.
Piece of shit.
Piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Yeah, keep going. Stay there. I could watch this for the rest of the stream.
Leave, motherfucker. Leave. Leave. Hey, you owe me. You gotta leave, bro. Round 5, motherfucker. Leave, motherfucker.
He didn't even get to finish his fries. Please, sir, I'm just trying to enjoy my brunch. Don't you know I'm Jewish? Okay, Ben Gavir's got... Look, the baby killer has some words he would like to tell us. See what he has to say here.
Some more into...
Oh, man, I fucked that up.
Adve hoc mort, animadverto, operor non timeo. Zalus est procurmanos.
Every time we see this guy, he's talking about the fucking worst, most evil shit. He says, I hear the weeping and the wailing of the mayor of Rahat against the enforcement of the illegal homes in the Negev. And I say to him, the era of lawlessness is over. The era of governance has begun. We will raise. I mean, if they're not talking about death and destruction and sadism, are they even alive out there in the promised land? He says, we will raise every illegal home in the Negev to the ground. Okay, so you're going to raise every Israeli home in the Negev?
אני שומע את הבכי והנהי של ראש עיריית רהט נגד האכיפה של הבתים הלא חוקיים בנגב. ואני אומר לו, תם עידן ההפקרות, התחיל עידן המשילות. אנחנו נחריב כל בית לא חוקי בנגב עד היסוד. אני שומע את הבכי והנהי של ראש עיריית רהט נגד האכיפה של הבתים הלא חוקיים בנגב. ואני אומר לו, תם עידן ההפקרות.
I don't quite get what he's referring to. What's going on here? That's a nice picture. There's the three little piggies, Smotrich, Netanyahu, and Ben Gavir. Look at that, Ben Gavir. That's him pictured at the top. And there he is at the bottom, too. Amazing. Ah! Sorry, we got some framing issues here. Okay, there we go. The resemblance is uncanny. Massacre, terror, murdered, extortion, mass draft dodging. Da 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 da. Okay, the official reason, legal or real reason, not. I'm not quite sure what he's referring to. Because when I think illegal homes in the Negev, I think Israeli settlements. But he's not talking about that. Trump says on Mamdani he's a charming guy, good-looking guy.
Do Democrats have a problem on their hands now that, Obama and Mamdani, they're true leaders, neither of them can run for president in 2028?
Well, Mandami was here.
Mandamni? He can't even say his name right.
Twice. And he's a very nice guy. He's a charming guy, good-looking guy. We talk, but you can't raise taxes
Good-looking guy?
on people when you force them to leave your state or your city, and they're leaving and they're going to Florida. Most of them are going down to Palm Beach and Miami.
Do Democrats have a problem on their hands now?
Russell Dobular quotes, he says, I smiled sadly for a love I could not obey. It's like, I wanted to love Mamdani, but he's a Democrat. The Supreme Court just ruled that Bayer, the maker of Roundup weed killer, can get away with poisoning us and giving people cancer, and that we are not allowed to sue them. This is America, a country so depraved that it puts the profits of corporations over people's lives. The billionaires and their multinational corporations are truly the enemy of humanity and must be destroyed. Everyone needs to understand this. Put down the circuses they put on for y'all and pay attention. And look, Bayer stock is up almost 19% after this news. So here's some updates from Perfect Union. So remember that data center that's allegedly it's being built now in Utah? It's like the biggest tract of land ever sanctioned for a data center. And if it's equivalent to stretching from Seattle to Portland, it's like it's really huge in Utah. I forget how many hectares that it is, but it's a substantial piece of land. And this was a project put upon by Kevin O'Leary, I think, in partnership with like Microsoft. And that's fair, Saeed. That's fair. He's awful. He's hard to listen to. But here are the three. So he had to find. Remember, Tucker Carlson interviewed Kevin O'Leary, and Kevin O'Leary's like, "This is the will of the people. The Utahns have spoken. They want this data center. We got it approved with state legislature." And what they really did, as Tucker had pointed out, was that the likes of Microsoft, and I forget what other transnational corporation that's a part of this, they were able to buy off 3 council members, who were in charge with putting this into motion here. Well, apparently the 3 people's names were Lee Perry, J. Stewart Adams, and Boyd Bingham, and the voters have just kicked them out of office, which is wonderful news. So Perfect Union is reporting about this. The people of Utah have successfully voted out officials that were responsible for approving Kevin O'Leary's data center. So what's happening? 2 Utah commissioners lost their jobs after voting to approve Kevin O'Leary's controversial data center. Box Elder County Commissioner Lee Perry lost his election 54 to 46%, and Commissioner Boyd Bingham lost 52 to 48%. The president of the Utah State Senate, J. Stewart Adams, was another proponent of the huge data center next to the Great Salt Lake. He was also defeated. Thank you, Lolo McLefty, for gifting a Tier 1 subscription to Dink Dangler, who's also a longtime friend and supporter of the stream. What's up, Dink? And what's up, Lolo? Thank you. Can he have an accident in Minecraft? Here's to hoping. The president of the Utah State Senate, he needs to, we'll plan for him a trip to the Titanic. I think he needs to go see the Titanic in a submersible made by OceanGate. The president of the Utah State Senate, J. Stewart Adams, has been defeated on Tuesday night this week. That's great news. This is especially shocking as Adams was one of the longest-serving and most powerful politicians in Utah and had easily won his primary multiple times before, but not when people organize and mobilize, and the pressure is exerted on these ghouls. He even said, "Do I think that the data center vote cost me the election? Yes, I do." So what does this mean for the future of this data center? Is it going to get built still? Let's keep reading. The president of the Utah State Senate, who championed a huge data center beside the Great Salt Lake, was defeated in his Republican primary on Tuesday night, one of the most high-profile signs of the voter backlash to data center projects. Utah says no to the data center. We don't want it. This turnstile fan went viral for repeatedly being featured on the Jumbotron at a recent concert with a message on their phone that read, Utah says no. So that's a bit of good news. And look, this is kind of bad news. This is how fast Flock AI cameras are expanding into every street in America. And there's a little ticker here that shows you it's going by day from, like, I think 2025 it says. So from last year up to this year. Flock AI cameras. I guess those are just like little police cams. I see them all the time over around New Orleans. Flock AI cameras. Let's see. Wait, not a camera map, but the surveillance state, right? Flock Safety, makers of the Flock camera, provide AI-powered automated license plate readers and smart security cameras used by police departments, municipalities, and private businesses designed to curb crime. The network photographs the rear of passing vehicles and uses computer vision to identify license plates, vehicle make, model, color, and unique identifying features. They're watching. Flock the police. Vehicle fingerprinting. Instead of just reading license plates, Flock's AI identifies unique attributes like scratches, dents, roof racks, and bumper stickers, making it possible to track vehicles without a readable plate. The cameras automatically cross-reference passing vehicles with local and national hot lists and send immediate alerts to law enforcement. No facial recognition. Flock maintains that their systems focus on vehicles and do not detect or track specific individuals or pedestrians. Law enforcement agencies can query a central cloud database to track a suspect vehicle's path across different jurisdictions. So Perfect Union says there's a hidden network of AI-powered surveillance cameras rapidly expanding into communities across America. Flock, a multi-billion-dollar, thank you, Phoenix Blue. Try to give every flock, I see the finger. Good on you. That's what we need to do. That is the socially acceptable response. So they sell AI-powered license plate readers now used by police departments nationwide to make it easier to track people down, but communities across the country are raising the alarm about the violation of privacy and the fact that the AI has misread plates. Yeah, no shit. They're fucking terrible at what they do. Can we just spread democracy inwards? Like, yeah, I feel you. We're so busy spreading democracy worldwide, trying to save everyone from ourselves, from them. Well, from themselves, we say, but it's really from ourselves. That was a Freudian slip there that was actually more honest. But yeah, I agree with you. As per usual. Flock off, man. But communities across the country are raising the alarm, leading police to accuse and even brutalize the wrong person. According to the online tracker DFlock, there are now over 106,000 Flock AI cameras on streets across the U.S. This video shows just how much they've spread in just the past 2 years. All right, the noticing continues. Here is James Lee, proof that Israel is spying on Trump. Let's take a look. Let's give a listen, and let's give a like to your boy here on the stream. That'd be me. Go ahead, tap that like button. Don't be shy.
But this tell-all book that supposedly exposes all the dirty secrets of the Trump administration, where do you think they got the tapes from?
Audio tapes of meetings in the White House, including audio tapes of meetings in the Situation Room.
We're not going to comment on the tapes.
In recent weeks, the United States has been engaged in high-stakes diplomatic peace talks with Iran, attempting to forge a lasting framework to end decades of conflict in the Middle East. But the problem, as many of you know, is that a permanent peace in the Middle East is actually the ultimate threat to Israel's desire for regional and global dominance. In fact, Israeli leaders have publicly signaled that they are ready to sabotage any potential deal and are even willing to deploy the ultimate blackmail to do it.
Israel's existence is not negotiable.
and it does not depend on superpowers or the public opinion. And if they keep pushing Israel to the corner,
It's about to be not feasible and not sustainable.
they are the ones who are going to suffer the most.
So forgive me for noticing, but I don't think the timing is at all a coincidence that while the Trump administration has been desperately trying to negotiate a peace deal, two New York Times reporters, Maggie Aberman and Jonathan Swan, both Zionists who are sympathetic to Israel,
I've never heard of Leonardo's signal. I'll have to look that up too.
released their book called Regime Change,
So many
documenting the inner
situations
secrets
to
of
monitor.
the Trump presidency, in which they somehow allegedly obtained highly sensitive raw tapes from media.
The tiny hat defense. Bergamot's got the hack that we needed. Thank you, Bergamot. Just wear a black bra pad over your head, then Flock will disregard you. Carry on, citizen.
Meetings held inside the White House Situation Room.
Is that because you have audio tapes of the Situation Room?
We're not going to comment on the tapes.
I'm still so confounded by this guy who's known as the son of Hamas. I don't know how he got that moniker, but apparently he is the son of a Hamas official. I wonder what the story is behind this guy, you know? Because apparently from comments, because I made a video about him, or less reacting to that clip we just saw, and people commented like, yeah, he used to say, he used to like defend Hamas, apparently. Is that true? He used to speak like more apologetically about Hamas, but something changed. Something has completely changed. So I'm not sure.
Where did these tapes come from? Which country, may I ask, has the technological sophistication and history to tap into such a room in the White House? I think you know my answer.
Nobody's going to say this, so I have...
Yeah, they do that all the time. Remember that Netanyahu was caught trying to bug Boris Johnson's toilet. He went to the bathroom at Boris Johnson's residence and he left a listening device in the bathroom, and it was... I mean, these stories are so rampant, and, you know, we know that one of the times that Netanyahu visited Trump in the past year, the Secret Service was getting bugged. Like, the security detail for the president, his emergency vehicles, the cars that would be transporting the president in an emergency, apparently, they were bugged with listening devices. And, you know, we learned from John Kiriakou, the ex-CIA analyst, that, yeah, that's what they do. It's like any sort of gift they give you, a golden pager perhaps, yeah, it's got to be X-rayed. They love giving little Trojan horses to the United States officials. It's like, oh, look at this gift. And then you find out it's got a listening device in it. And then you think about the Jews underneath the Brooklyn in the tunnels and how they... The Shabbat sect, how they're constantly listening, you know, underneath the ground as to what's going on the surface, people walking by, and they're shouting little Talmudic slogans to them. You know, I don't know any Talmudic slogans, but you can, maybe it's like, give me your foreskin. All your foreskin belong to me. You know, they like to listen. They like to spy. In fact, we know that the Shabbat sect in Brooklyn, they spy on their neighbors all the time through, like, you know, through the tunnel, intricate tunnel network for spying, apparently. Who is Infantino? Is that the guy that heads the FIFA World Cup? That's a funny name. He better make sure he's marked safe from Israel. His name's Infantino. They hate infants. Gianni Infantino is the president of FIFA. Well, look at his flight log here. All right, Philzor. How's it going? Philzor knows about Infantino. So you see, I talk about FIFA, and then Philzor's like, oh, I gotta subscribe to this channel. This is too good. Thank you, Philzor. Abby Martin knows how to push all his triggers. Infantino, that is? I haven't heard about him. I don't know much about soccer or FIFA. Okay, so here is, it's me recycling a bottle to take care of the planet, but here's, meanwhile, Infantino during the World Cup. Look at all these flights this motherfucker's taking. It's like when you see the flight log after the Super Bowl, all the billionaires disperse. It's like all these private jets going everywhere. But make sure you recycle your straws. Okay, use plastic straw, use paper straws. What a scam, right? What a scam. You cannot solve institutional structural problems with individual habits, you know? The problems in our society are structural, not marginal. So therefore, they don't require marginal answers. You know, they don't require marginal solutions. Thank you so much, Jesse. For the cheer, remember that guy on Twitter. Oh, we got another hype train. Right, we're just cooking along here. Thank you. Remember that guy on Twitter who thought he was hallucinating hearing Yiddish from his New York City apartment's pipes? No, I don't think I ever saw that. That's crazy. That's a case in point. Now we hear it from the other side. Yeah, you know, I did hear some really weird Hebrew happening from a sewer drain the other day. Couldn't quite make it out. Sounded like he wanted my foreskin for some reason. I already gave him my foreskin. Now they're saying more skin. Thank you, vegan. Vegan Lycan, thank you for following and becoming a subscriber. And now we know he wasn't hallucinating. Yep. The rumors are true. I don't know why I reposted this. Oh, this is Miss Rachel. She's a raging anti-Semite. Probably one of the most despicable humans to ever live. Miss Rachel? Awful. Look at what she says, this raging anti-Semite. She says, people saying that Gaza shouldn't be an issue for these elections. She says, get this, it's normal to be horrified by genocide. It's normal to not want your tax dollars going towards killing kids anymore. Oh my God. That's what she's saying right there is a blood libel. You understand that, right? Just be more like Saeed, okay? He doesn't always use straws. But when he does, he uses straws made of rare turtle's bones. Do turtles have bones? Why turtle bones? Of all things. Lolo! God, I can't get rid of these goddamn comments. It's not so intuitive as StreamYard. Thank you, Lolo. Miss Rachel is gangsta. That's right, she's a criminal. She should be locked up. She's quoting people. She says, people should focus on their mail on time, affordable childcare, not Gaza. She says, we can stop genocide and get our mail on time and have affordable childcare. It's okay. Yeah, you can demand more things, and this is such a good point to make to people. Stop minimizing ourselves. Stop making ourselves small. Stop being okay with incrementalism. Stop believing that marginal solutions will solve structural institutional problems. I'm going crazy here.
I know exactly what you mean.
It's just in case you don't know, I just like how this got put here. This is a meme. It says, me trying to make dude understand that capitalism didn't make his iPhone. Labor did. Labor makes/creates things under any ism. Get this. The ism just decides who gets paid. That's it. It's so simple, right?
A few months ago, I got an email about $100 million that was stolen from the bank accounts of everyday Americans, and almost all of it is still missing. I was intrigued, so I called the guy who emailed me. His name's Chad.
I was adding to it over time, so I think I was doing $50 a week or every 2 weeks or something.
He told me that in 2021, he opened a high-yield savings account at a new bank.
Meet Yata. While most banks pay almost no interest on your savings, Yata partners with banks that pay 15 to 100.
I just realized my spindrift is Jewish. Look at this flavor. Grapeade? The fuck?
Times more.
I want to drink that.
I was expecting the same thing as what I had already had in my credit union, except the potential for greater interest returns.
But in 2024, something weird happened.
On May 12th and May 14th, I tried to pull $10,000 out of there, and it wouldn't let me.
Today, 2 full years later, he still hasn't been able to access his funds. I asked how much.
$23,419.21.
The most incredible part? Yata said the money was FDIC insured. You may also have your emergency fund parked in a high-yield savings account and think that that FDIC insured stamp means it's 100% safe. But what happened to Chad
However, there is a loophole.
Shows that that might not be true. The story he told me was complicated and involved lots of names I'd never heard before.
I think mostly it was Evolve. Evolve will work with Synapse, moving money between Lineage and AMG and Evolve.
He said there were thousands of others in the same boat. I wanted to talk to them. So I posted on the Yata subreddit.
Because they just gamble with your fucking retirement savings. That's what they do. They just take that money and they park it in a high-yielding, risky... I don't know. They basically just gamble with it.
Within days,
I sound dumb.
hundreds
of
people reached out and told me their stories, each unique, but also kind of the same.
I opened the bank account.
It was literally a savings account.
It was FDIC insured.
FDIC insured.
FDIC insured.
I deposited over $100,000.
Now it's basically gone.
All my savings were gone.
This money's
Dude,
gone.
raise hell. Are you kidding me?
The money hasn't disappeared.
$100 million went missing from an online bank. Neobanks promised higher rates and lower fees, but they exist in a regulatory black box created by Andreessen, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and more. We investigated an online bank where thousands of Americans' FDIC-insured savings vanished.
Yeah, the money still is somewhere. I find it really odd that a place could literally lose $100 million, take no responsibility.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How could millions of dollars in FDIC-insured deposits just disappear from a bank? As I started investigating, I realized that this story is so much bigger than Yata. Silicon Valley billionaires are exploiting a loophole in our financial system that puts thousands of bank accounts at risk, including mine.
I started using Yata in 2020. I want to say it was back in 2021, 2019.
I was kind of on that financial improvement path.
For the first time ever, as mid-30s millennials, my wife and I finally had a little bit of money that we can put into savings. So we were looking for a high-yield savings account.
Enter Yata Savings.
A banking app that has a weekly drawing just like the lottery, except it's free.
It simply was a high-yield savings account that gamified savings.
For every $25 you have saved in your Yata account, you get one U-ticket every single week.
Why not make savings fun?
If you don't win, you lose nothing. So no gambling at all. The biggest thing is like, oh, it's FDIC insured, so there's literally zero risk for your...
Whatever. Things that are older than Israel.
10 things that are older than Israel. First, McDonald's. Their food might be as fake as Israel, but the second largest chain restaurant in the world opened its first location in 1940, 8 years before Israel was created. And number 2, artificial intelligence. Now, true artificial intelligence that is a computer that actually thinks or is conscious has yet to be invented. But as far back as 1947, the computer scientist Alan Turing delivered a lecture discussing the possibility of a machine that learns, thus theorizing about artificial intelligence 1 year before Israel was created. And number 3, Donald Trump. Many Israelis are currently mad that Donald Trump struck a deal with Iran. One Zionist even said that Israel was here before Trump and will be here after him. But that's not true. President Trump is actually older than Israel, being born in 1946, 2 years before Israel was created. In fact, all living presidents other than Obama are older than Israel. That includes Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Joe Biden. At number 4, peanut butter and jam sandwiches. This is a classic, a tasty snack, and was first documented
like everything is older than the state of Israel.
In 1901. It then became a popular food among soldiers in World War II. And number 5, Jonathan the Turtle. The world's oldest turtle, Jonathan, was born in 1832.
Turtle.
116 years before Israel was
Turtle bones. There you go.
created. Heck, Jonathan was actually even around before the ideology of Zionism was invented, which started to begin in the 1860s. And number 6, Lego. Now, Israel destroys, but Lego lets you create using interlocking bricks.
Israel
which were
destroys,
first
but
invented
Lego
in
creates.
1932. And number 7, electric cars. So not many people know that electric cars came out at the same time or even
Look at
before
that. How much is that thing?
diesel-powered ones.
I want that.
The first electric car was created by French inventor Gustave Trouvé and hit the streets of Paris in 1881,
That's my straw.
67 years before the creation of Israel. As Israel's war of aggression drives up the price of oil, you can expect to see more electric cars on the streets near you. And number 8, Nintendo. Yes, like the people who make video games. But before they made video games, Nintendo started off in 1889 as a playing card company. At number 9, we have microwave ovens. The first microwave oven debuted at the 1933 Chicago World's Fair, used to cook a sandwich, perhaps a peanut butter sandwich for all we know. At number 10, video calling. Video calling is a lot older than most assume, with the first ones being made in the 1930s between interconnected TVs. So there you go, 10 things that are older than Israel. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please like.
Well, 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 who'd be protecting pedos from the law every single time? And who owns the news outlet that pushes out these ideas every single time too? And well, 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 who would be writing a book to sympathize with pedos, teach it on our college campuses?
Non-binary researcher recruits study participants from virtuous pedophiles forum. Did not realize that you could be a virtuous pedophile.
And still recruits for the research every single time. And well, 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 what
Scott
California
Wiener,
senator
just
would
again,
be
the pedophile bill.
protecting pedos from having to register on the S-offender registry
Wow,
and be pushing little kids
no
to change
shit,
their
what a
gender
fucking asshole.
every single time. And well, 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 who'd be encouraging married couples to allow cheating on their spouses every single time? And well, 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 who pushes anti-Muslim and anti-Christian in our schools, but also pushes laws to protect against anti-Semitism every single time? Who pushes anti-Arab and anti-white propaganda every single time? And who is always behind pushing every single type of division possible every single time too? But why? Why do they do this? Subverting and destroying cultures makes it easier to infiltrate and gain power. They're doing it on purpose. It's all a tactic.
Here are the most evil things communist dictator Fidel Castro did. He got life expectancy higher than that of the US, developed the greatest healthcare system in the world with the most doctors per capita, he got unemployment down to 2.7%, he rose literacy rates by 40% in just a year, he completely eliminated homelessness, he got women to hold more than half of the seats in the People's Assembly, and he was one of the only leaders to support Nelson Mandela in his struggle against apartheid in South Africa. Here are the most evil things communist dictator Fidel Castro did. He got life expectancy higher than that of the US, developed the greatest
Fucking dictator, dude. That guy was a tyrant, no doubt.
Imagine space-time as a giant invisible fabric stretched across the universe. When a massive object like a planet, star, or black hole sits on it, the fabric bends downward, creating what we call a gravity well. The heavier the object, the deeper the well becomes. Small objects nearby do not fall in a straight line. Instead, they follow the curved shape of space-time. That is why planets orbit stars.
Suddenly, I'm just thinking about your mom, how I should give her a call.
Moons orbit planets, and light can even bend around black holes. In this visual, the solar system is shown as a giant gravity well, with the sun at the deepest point because it contains most of the solar system's mass. The planets sit along the curved grid, with distant worlds higher up, showing how the sun's gravity still shapes their motion even from far away. Gravity is not just a force.
So Neptune is not like out there, it's like way up there.
It is the shape of the universe guiding everything that moves through it.
The more you know. Look at this. Neighbors have put mattresses and plexiglass up on their windows to block the noise from this data center in Virginia. That whole area is like data center central. There's that one county, I don't know what it is. What's the county in Virginia that's just like, it's basically just data centers. It's like right outside of DC. What is the county in Virginia that is known for so many data centers? It's like Data Center Central. It's not Fairfax, is it? Loudoun, that's it is. Loudoun. Loudoun County is called Data Center Alley. The massive unincorporated community of Ashburn is the precise epicenter of this boom, appropriately nicknamed Data Center Alley, just outside of Washington, D.C. And somewhere in those data centers, our names are touching on an FBI watch list. This is satire, okay. It's just a joke, YouTube. Obviously, I'm an upstanding citizen. Never been arrested. Never done any crime in my life, all right?
Living next to this and having to hear this constant ringing.
So, Hari, we're at your front door.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look in the distance, and there it is.
There it is. It's right there in all its glory.
There it is, the Vantage Data Center, standing tall with its blue walls and massive generators right next to this Sterling, Virginia neighborhood.
What did you think when they first turned it on?
Well, we were told in the beginning that it's just they test the generators to make sure they're working in case of an emergency. That is what we were told in the beginning. And then as the year and the months have gone on,
they just never turned off?
They're just never turned off.
Hari says they told them the generators were just temporary. But that was more than a year ago. The massive data center was never hooked up to the power grid, so the generators are the only source of electricity.
You just hear this noise, it's just like, you just want to curse, you know.
Oh,
It's
God.
that bad. Greg Perio
It's that bad, I almost said shit.
Also lives right next door.
Our concern is property values. Unless we can mitigate this, and we're talking about
And I'm sure that the price of public utilities has gone way up in the county. The price of water, price of electricity. Because it's all going to this fucking thing.
with options of what we can do and all that. You know, we know that we're not going to get the values for our homes that we could have gotten before.
It's about more than money. It's quality of life. One neighbor here even put plexiglass up against the window to block the noise. And they have their own sound meters to monitor the noise.
This is a dashboard that some of my neighbors set up.
Virginia is the data center epicenter of the world. There are hundreds of them, consuming more than 25% of the state's power, driving up electric bills.
They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down.
President Trump's plan to keep the data centers off the power grid is good for keeping electric rates down. And there are positives with data centers. They create jobs when they're built.
They create jobs. It's the only fucking thing that they ever say. Low down. That's right. Low down. Not joking, Wrath. Plan and exit. exit what? From this life? Should I get my affairs in order? Plan an exit from the country? If I leave the country, Saeed, I'm coming to the Arabian Peninsula and I will track you down, all right? And I will find you. I know, it's gonna get real bleak. You're not making me feel any better right now. 'Cause, like, what am I supposed to do? It's like, should I just go live in the ocean? I kind of romantically envision going to live on a mountain somewhere. Far away from people and civilization. But I'm sure on that mountain there's going to be a data center there too. It's inescapable. Yeah, I think things are going to get pretty bleak as time goes on, but then again, I'm thinking, no, I got to stay here. We got to stay strong, you know? There's more of us than there are of them. Public pressure works. Agitate, organize. Go live in Trabzon. Yeah, no, of course. I was just, I woke up thinking about Trabzon, of course. Excuse me, I just burped a little bit. Trabzon. What the hell is Trabzon? Ooh. Now that does look nice. I could totally see myself living there. This would be a dream. A historic port city located on the Black Sea coast of northeastern Turkey. Yeah. Do you think the Turkish would allow me entry into their country? It looks very nice. You're going to be there in a month? Wow. All right. What are the top things to do and see in Trabzon? It was originally founded as a Greek colony in 756 BC. I remember those days. Under the name Trapezus. Like trapezoid. It has spent centuries serving as a critical trading hub along the ancient Silk Road. Today, it is highly celebrated for its dramatic mountain landscapes, ancient Byzantine heritage, and rich Black Sea culinary traditions. There's the Sumela Monastery. There's a stunning alpine lake nestled deep in the mountains south of the city, famous for its wooden lakeside chalets and frequent low-hanging mist. Just like my balls. The mist in Trabzon is very low-hanging. Trabzon Hagia Sophia, a beautiful 13th century Byzantine church overlooking the sea that features restored medieval wall frescoes. It operates today as a mosque. You better take pictures, Saeed, when you go there and share it with us. Not yet, please. So the region's isolated high fall rainfall, and here it is on the map. Look at that, right on the coast. That's nice. Not too far from Tehran there. Of course, we know about Ankara and Istanbul, the gateway to the east. Cool. Never been to Turkey. I think the furthest east I've been to the Middle East, but before that, the furthest east I've ever been was, I believe, Vienna. Even though Prague seems more eastern than Vienna, it's actually west of Vienna. But I've been to Prague and I've been to Vienna, but that was the closest I ever got to Turkey. I still want to go to St. Petersburg. I'd love to go to Russia, too, at some point. Okay. Turkey's very beautiful. I believe you. Look at that. I just want to be like, I want to have it all, you know. I want a mountain and I want the ocean and I want beaches. It's like, where do you go for beaches and mountains at the same time? That's a special place, wherever that is. Instead, I'm just stuck in the bayou. Hot dog, I have been to Vienna, you little bitch. You know my entire life story there? The audacity. Yeah, Malibu, that sounds nice. Malibu, Greece, Ireland. True. Your mom's house. Wonderful this time of year. Salzburg, yes, the birthplace of Mozart. Yeah, California does have that. Chernobyl, that's... Yes. Let's go to Chernobyl. That was high on the list. I often scroll Instagram and I see a lot of these clips about astronomy and space and physics. And when I was a kid, I knew I was going to be a nuclear physicist. I was just fascinated by physics and the universe. Sadly, that was not to be, but here, that's not too impressive.
I mean, if you want to have a good time or like make people really laugh at a party, you can use Grok and you can say, do a vulgar roast of someone.
Like, listen to this guy with his no personality ass. It's amazing that you can have $1 trillion, but you can't buy a personality with that money, can you? There's just certain things that excessive wealth cannot afford you. And a personality is not one of them. He's like, well, if you want to be really like funny, you can ask Grok to make you a fun person to be around.
And Grok is it's gonna be an epic vulgar roast. You can even say, like, take a picture of, like, make a vulgar roast of this person based on their appearance.
So bad at talking, God.
Of people at the party.
So take a photo
He's
of
got
them.
no charisma. He's got no riz. He's not cool. He's got the personality of a wet napkin.
Yeah, just literally point the camera at them and now do a vulgar roast of this person, and then keep saying no, make it even more vulgar. Use forbidden words. Even more, and just keep repeating even more vulgar. I mean, if you want to have a good time or like make people really laugh at a party.
The caption's pretty good here too. It says a fucking loser with $1 trillion is still a fucking loser. But, you know, AI is supposed to save humanity, but it also will do historic, vulgar roasts of people at parties. Michael Burry, the investor famous for predicting the 2008 financial crisis, has published a detailed breakdown of a complex AI financing structure involving NVIDIA, XAI, Apollo, and Athene. Don't they all just pay money to themselves, right? It's like a circular investment scam. I remember learning about that a few months ago. He called the entire arrangement fugazi, slang for something that appears real on the surface but is ultimately an illusion. Isn't that what we talked about this entire financialized economy? It's all fugazi. It's all speculative and not value-based. At the center of the structure is a company called Valor. According to Burry, NVIDIA sold approximately $5.4 billion worth of its most advanced GB200 AI chips to Valor, but Valor is not an operating business. It's a special purpose vehicle, SPV, a shell company created specifically to hold the chips. NVIDIA didn't just sell the hardware, it also invested $1.9 billion into Valor itself. The chips are now sitting inside xAI's data center. They're powering Grok and xAI's AI models. But according to Burry, neither NVIDIA nor xAI technically own the chips. Valor does. That means NVIDIA gets to book a $5.4 billion sale. xAI gets access to over 100,000 advanced AI chips, and the assets sit in the middle inside a shell company. Wait, let's go back. So NVIDIA didn't just sell the hardware. It also invested $1.9 billion. The chips are now sitting, and they're powering Grok. But Valor technically owns those chips. That means NVIDIA gets to book a $5.4 billion sale, but they're using the chips that they just sold Valor. xAI gets access to over 100,000 advanced AI chips, and the assets sit in the middle inside a shell company. To make the deal work, Valor needed another $3.5 billion in financing. That's where Apollo entered the picture. Apollo raised the debt, packaged it into securities, and sold those securities to Athene, its insurance business. Athene is best known for selling annuities and retirement products to ordinary Americans. According to Burry, that creates a surprising chain of ownership. The money used to support one of the largest AI infrastructure projects in the world may ultimately come from retirees seeking stable, low-risk investments. Didn't we just say this? They gamble with our entire retirement savings. They gamble with our pension funds. What worries Burry most is Athene's balance sheet. He points to roughly $103 billion in Level 3 assets. These are assets that don't have readily available market prices. Instead of being valued through active trading, they're valued using internal models and assumptions. He also notes that a large portion of Athene's assets have been moved into a Bermuda-based insurance structure that operates outside the traditional U.S. regulatory framework. In Burry's view, the entire arrangement was engineered to move risk away from balance sheets and away from public market scrutiny. Burry isn't accusing anyone of breaking the law. He believes the AI boom is increasingly being financed through complex financial engineering that makes risk harder to see, harder to price, and harder for ordinary investors to understand. So Michael Burry is warning that parts of the AI boom are being funded through structures that make revenue look clean on paper while pushing risk into places most investors rarely examine. His concern is growing use of debt, shell entities, chip financing, and hard-to-value assets behind major AI infrastructure deals. The issue matters because AI data centers need huge upfront spending, and if future demand slows or chip values fall, these financial structures could become much riskier than they appear today. I think that's definitely going to happen.
Wait, if billionaires borrow billions against their stock to finance their expenses, how do they pay the huge loans back? Like Elon Musk borrowed billions against his Tesla stock just to buy Twitter for $44 billion. How will he actually pay it back?
He's not paying it back. He's just paying interest. Forever.
How?
When a billionaire takes a loan against their stock, the bank doesn't ask for the full amount back monthly like a normal mortgage. They only ask for the interest, sometimes as low as 2 to 4% a year.
Then?
And here's the part that breaks people's brains. If their stock grows faster than that interest rate, the loan basically pays for itself. Tesla stock has grown over 20% some years. The loan costs 3%.
This is buy, borrow, die. This
math isn't even close.
So the debt just sits there, getting smaller in real terms while their wealth keeps growing?
Exactly. And when the loan gets large, they don't panic. They just take out a new loan to refinance the old one. Same trick. New paperwork. The debt rolls forward year after year.
Kick the can down the road.
So when does it actually get paid off?
It doesn't. Not by them.
Then who pays it?
Nobody. Because of one legal rule that changes everything.
When a billionaire dies, their assets pass to their children at what's called a stepped-up basis. That means the stock's original purchase price gets erased, and it resets to the value on the day they died.
Wait, what does that actually mean for the loan?
It means the heirs can sell a small slice of stock to clear the loan, and pay almost zero capital gains tax doing it. The growth that happened over the billionaire's entire lifetime, the IRS never touches a cent of it. It just vanishes, legally.
So the loan gets settled by their kids, tax-free, using money that was never taxed in the first place?
Exactly. It's called the buy, borrow, die. They never pay. They just pass it on. And the tax bill that should have been billions, it disappears the moment they stop breathing.
Wait, if billionaires borrow...
The more you know. This is how small you actually are. I feel you, Lolo. I feel you about that. It's taken me years to wrap my head around it, but that's what they tried. That's intentional, Lolo. They don't want you to understand anything about money or how the system works. That's why they invent all these little financial schemes. You know, that's why they move the money to offshore tax havens. They hide the money. They conceal it. It's called money laundering, you know? And they rig up the laws to make it all legal. What time is it? Because I want to start doing a little readout of some things that I'm learning in this book. What's the bank's name again? Which bank? The one that we just were, from the clip we just watched? I'm not sure. Because that was really just an explainer. I don't think they mentioned any banks, so...
I've sunk the great majority of my net worth into X.com, which is the new banking and mutual funds company. So this is an ATM. What we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry.
That quote defines Musk's strategy, promise revolutionary technology, and highlight how he's risking his own money.
Oh yeah, that's right. We should go to the Discord. Thank you.
What kept me awake at night was...
forgot about that.
The responsibility that has been put on my shoulders through my decision to come here. I came here to learn about this region, to learn about the stories of these people, and then you have an obligation to tell these stories accurately. And what kept me up at night is the trust that people placed in me to tell their stories properly, and the responsibility that I had to do that job. I would stay awake saying, how can I tell these stories? How can I capture this truth? Will I do a good job? Will I live up to the trust that they gave me? So that's what kept me awake at night. Now, I'm very familiar with the crimes that have been committed. They're publicized in the West, even though we don't believe
James.
them.
Welcome
we call
in.
it Russia propaganda. We're familiar with the totality of the crimes being committed.
So he went to Russia recently. That's why he hadn't been appearing on like a lot of these podcasts that we normally see him on. And apparently he was like targeted with a drone. Like they tried to kill him while he was in Russia. Can you believe that? Yeah, you trust Ritter's stories, you don't trust his predictions. That's fair. That's fair. I remember him talking about how like if Iran got this nuke, that would be so stupid. And then it's like, lo and behold, Iran's getting that nuke. Israeli settlers armed with clubs target Palestinian vehicle in the occupied West Bank. Here they are, just running like heathens. The fucking pagans are loose, man. Israeli forces attack wedding with tear gas. Typical shit. No politic here. No wedding here. Some IDF commanders like, sir, the Palestinians are expressing their love for each other in a ceremony. We must call in an airstrike. Unleash the tear gas. No love here. No happiness here. Happiness is Hamas.
So that she can then go to office and do their bidding for them. Want to talk about transparency? Happy to do it.
The Michigan Senate race is heating up as the primary day draws closer and closer, and the race that was originally between 3 candidates is now mainly down to 2. The progressive Abdul al-Sayed and the corporate AIPAC-backed Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams candidate, Haley Stevens. Yeah, she really said that, by the way. And El-Sayed just released this amazing takedown video after Haley Stevens tried to call him out for not being transparent, and at this point, Stevens should just call it quits. There is no winning after this.
Hey friends, you see this ad?
Haley Stevens, a proven fighter for Michigan.
Okay, how about this one?
Congresswoman Haley Stevens is leading the fight to hold ICE accountable.
You might think that those ads were paid for by Haley Stevens for U.S. Senate because, of course, it's Haley Stevens who's running for U.S. Senate, but they weren't. In fact, Haley Stevens has not done a single ad for her own campaign. Every single ad that you've seen has been brought to you by either AIPAC itself acting through UDP or some shell pack that's meant to take UDP money and tie it in with some other corporation. The question is not about an individual's personal finances. The question is about how many people has Congresswoman Stevens made rich during her time in Congress? How many favors has she done for corporations? How much money are they paying her off so that she can turn around and do their bidding? When we talk about transparency in government, that's the transparency that matters for you. As you all know, I want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. It seems to me like Congresswoman Stevens is a lot more interested in figuring out how much money she can funnel on behalf of a organization that wants to send your tax dollars to drop bombs on other people's children and backstop a foreign government. She wants to take as much money from the pharmaceutical industry and from...
I don't know. I don't know who that is, and I don't know who Haley Stevens is. Okay, I'm sad to say, I don't follow parliamentary politics as closely as some other podcasters. There is Haley Stevens. I'm sure she's a despicable Zionist out of Michigan. She sounds like a cunt. Okay, that's all I can say. What do you want from me? Let's go back here. We're going to go through the Discord. As Saeed wonderfully reminded me, I completely forgot about the Discord. Trump and Netanyahu are making peace plans. Let's see what this is.
Darth Tangerine, we meet again.
Oh, baby, One Kenobi. When we last met, I was but the learner. But now I know a lot about the Middle East. The Middle of East is AS. See? It stands for Amazingly Sandy.
The farce is strong with you.
Now listen, oh baby. I've got a peace deal. Beautiful deal. Israel announces a ceasefire and withdraws all of its forces. War over. No! Not the Judea mind tricks!
This isn't the peace deal you're looking
for.
for.
Not the Goy Beam.
This isn't the peace deal we're looking for.
Unleash the Goy Beam!
You will do everything I say.
I will do everything you say.
You're a moron.
I'm a moron.
Mr. President, thank you for this brilliant deal you've come up with all on your own.
You think Hamas and the ultra-Orthodox guys in your government will agree?
Those religious fanatics have been trying to destroy me for years.
This sucks.
And so have Hamas.
So is that a yes? You didn't say when.
That's just dumb. That was dumb. Can we, after erasing it from existence, remove Israel from all history books? Asks. How do you say that name? Who is that? S-A-E-E-D. How do you say that?
Saeed. Saeed.
Oh, that's right. Saeed.
You're about to hear some of the most shocking things you'll ever hear in your entire life. And you may find that hard to believe, given the utter horrors many of you will have encountered during Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. This will be very difficult to hear. It's certainly very difficult to talk about, but we have to bear witness, because these are crimes being committed with a direct facilitation of Western governments. And they will only end when people in the West, when we use our collective power to stop them. Israel is deliberately targeting Palestinian children. That's the conclusion of a new detailed report published by United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry. Not children accidentally killed, not children killed because of recklessness. Israel is deliberately killing and maiming Palestinian children. I'm going to start with this example. And it's an example described by an Indian lawyer and former Indian judge serving as a UN Commissioner on Human Rights.
I must share with all of you that apart from the sources that we've quoted in the report, we also conducted oral hearings after we arrived here in Geneva this time. And 3 of the doctors who were involved in treatment of children in Gaza spoke to us. And they confirmed what the report has found on the basis of available material, that the gunshot wounds were specifically directed at the head and the neck to cause maximum damage. In one instance, a breastfeeding baby was shot by a quadcopter through the head, and the baby now suffers a permanent paralysis. So there have been all these instances quoted in the report of specific targeting of children. Quadcopters, as all of you are aware, has thermal imagery. It has infrared heat cameras, which can tell you the shape of the body. And so the soldiers are able to immediately detect, sitting wherever they are, that this is a child who appears on the screen. And indeed, it is like a game for them. And we have quoted that in the report, where the soldiers say that they can... let me quote this. In the ITVX documentary Breaking Ranks Inside Israel's War, one Israeli soldier described, "The drones, in my opinion, are what most dehumanizes the other side. You see everything on a screen. You drop the bomb. It feels like a game. You can sit in some basement of a house, safe, with your helmet off, scratching your balls, half-dressed, and kill Palestinians." This is a quotation.
It's a video game. They've been saying this shit for decades, man. They've been saying that since Operation Cast Lead.
Soldiers have themselves put on the public domain so much incriminating evidence about what they've been doing.
Just take some time to process that. An Israeli quadcopter shot a baby in the head while the baby was breastfeeding. What words exist in the English language to describe such a crime? As he noted, these Israeli soldiers have thermal imagery and infrared heat cameras on those quadcopters. They know exactly who they're targeting when they launch these attacks. Before we discuss more of the contents of the report, listen to Chris Sidoti. He's an Australian expert on international human rights law who is also a commissioner who authored this report.
The hardest decision we had to make in completing this report was the decision not to name the Palestinian children whose deaths, injuries and suffering we describe. It was a hard decision because children have a right under the Convention of the Rights of the Child to a name and an identity. And one of the difficulties in dealing with public understanding of the situation in Gaza and the West Bank is that these children are anonymised. They're anonymised in the statistics themselves of tens of thousands of children affected in this way. And they're certainly entitled to be recognised to be named in death. We didn't name them because we feared the consequences for their families. We have a basic fundamental principle, not to add further harm to the harm that people have already suffered. And it was hard for us not to name these children. But my final comment
it's the same thing all the way up to the Mojtaba Khamenei. I mean, it's like he doesn't want to even show himself because he's going to be assassinated.
Plead with us all to see these children, to see them as individuals with identities,
the victims' families are being
with lives that they must have been enjoying at least before October 2023, and futures that have now been cut short. And to see in these children our own children and grandchildren, because this is a universal issue. This is not merely a Palestinian issue. It's an issue that should affect us all.
Just take a moment to process what he said. This UN commission took the decision not to name Palestinian children killed and maimed by the Israeli army, whose suffering they have documented because they fear the Israeli army will inflict vengeful reprisals against their families.
How is this fucking country still operating in 2026?
If they are identified. What sort of evil?
It just speaks to the brokenness of this whole international system. We're letting a genocidal state just commit crimes with impunity, out loud, visibly, for the world to see. It still goes on, and we don't even want to recognize their crimes because they're just going to do more crimes.
Discussing here. When the UN has to strip away the identities of children deliberately killed and maimed by the Israeli army for fear that their families will then be killed and maimed as well. This evil is armed and backed and facilitated by the West, by our governments. As Zachary Foster, a Jewish American historian, puts it, we only know about a fraction of Israeli atrocities because Palestinians know if they speak out, they'll be punished, arrested, tortured, or raped to death. Listen now to this atrocity, which happened in the illegally occupied West Bank.
He was shot by an Israeli military patrol as he was leaving his house. The patrol had been in the area, but at the time, there had been no fighting.
I mean, like, I have so much anger for the Israelis, of course, but I also just have so much anger for the people that allow this to persist. They won't be able to get it done without U.S. support. My fellow countrymen, my elected officials.
Taking place. He was shot, badly injured, and was lying on the ground. He was surrounded by a company of Israeli soldiers who were chatting and probably some of them smoking over a period of 45 minutes while this 14-year-old boy bled to death.
I think we saw that
early
on video
in the period.
Too.
He was able to move a little.
Yeah, we saw this.
He pushed his cap out to indicate that he was still alive and needed attention. A soldier kicked the cap back at him. On another occasion, he was crying out, and again the response was kicking towards him.
What an awful way to die.
Later in the period, a soldier came up and dropped a stone next to him, trying to frame this innocent child as a stone thrower, when there is no evidence whatsoever that the child was doing anything more than going out to play. His mother was watching from the house that he'd just left. And as the child sought to leave the house, as the mother sought to leave the house to go to the child to rescue him or attend to him, she was shot at by the Israeli military patrol. There was a Palestinian Red Cross ambulance nearby. And whenever the ambulance tried to approach the scene of the child lying there, a laser-targeted weapon was aimed at the driver of the ambulance so that the laser was hitting the driver in the middle of the head. And the driver, of course, withdrew in fear of being shot. For 45 minutes, this child bled to death while surrounded by Israeli soldiers who not only showed no concern for him whatsoever,
but took joy out of it.
Not only did nothing themselves to assist the child, but actively prevented the child's mother from reaching him and the ambulance from assisting him.
The Israeli army shot a 14-year-old Palestinian boy. When his mother rushed to his help, they shot at her. Then they put a red laser on the head of the paramedics who tried to save his life, stopping them from helping him. This 14-year-old boy bled to death in front of his mother, surrounded by Israeli soldiers who did nothing to help him and showed no concern about
We really
a boy
don't hate
they had
Israel
shot
enough.
bleeding to death in front of them. We're going to go through some horrific examples, the big picture. According to this report, at least 20,179 Palestinian children were killed and 44,143 injured in Gaza between the 7th of October 2023 and 7th of October 2025. Children made up 30% of those killed and 26% of those injured. Bear in mind that this is almost certainly a very significant underestimate. Save the Children, for example, estimate that there were another 5,160 children buried under the rubble. But nonetheless, children made up 30% of those killed in the figures we have in Gaza, 26% of those injured. And even based on these conservative estimates, that means 1 in every 50 children in Gaza were violently killed by the Israeli army. This is also excluding those who died from indirect means. The destruction of the healthcare system, lack of food, water. We could go on. Of those we know were killed, 5,031 were under 5 years old. 1,029 were under the age of 1. And around 420 newborns were violently killed. Now, the assaults on children goes much broader. 459 of Gaza's 564 school buildings were directly hit by the Israeli army by October 2025. These are buildings which had served nearly 500,000 students and over 18,000 teachers. Over 97% of schools damaged or destroyed, and the children in Gaza have now missed 3 years of formal education. Nearly 95,000 children identified with acute malnutrition in 2025. Just some of the examples of suffering. Now I'm going to talk about
It costs $250 for a dozen eggs in the Gaza Strip.
More case studies. One is a case study you may well have heard of. It's one I have spoken about myself on this channel. 5-year-old Hind Rajab, trapped in a car with other family members, including other children, including her cousin, 15-year-old Layan. And they were attacked by the Israeli army. The adults were all killed. Layan called the Palestine Red Crescent, gunfire was heard, and then she was likely killed. Hind then later herself rang the Palestine Red Crescent while injured. An ambulance was then dispatched after coordinating with the Israeli army, but it was then attacked and blown up by the Israeli army, killing both the paramedics. The bodies were recovered 12 days later. The commission has concluded that the Israeli security services deliberately targeted this family car despite knowing children were inside, and then prevented their rescue by shelling the ambulance and killing the paramedics. Now, Forensic Architecture, a brilliant team of experts based at the University of London, did their own detailed investigation of this case. They looked at how many bullets, at least it was well over 300 bullet holes in the car that they could identify. It was in broad daylight, and it was just a few meters away, the tank from the car.
Yeah, the
There's
tank
no
was like
way
right there.
On earth that these Israeli soldiers did not know who they were targeting. In Khan Yunis, a 15-year-old boy stepped out of the home of his family holding a white cloth. He was shot in the foot, then shot again in the back and the neck.
They do that to
His
their own
20-year-old brother
soldiers.
ran
They do that to their own
help him,
citizens too.
and they shot him dead as well. His mother tried to signal for an ambulance to save her 2 boys, and she was shot in the hand. According to the commission, the 15-year-old was likely shot by sniper rifle from around 200 meters away. The shooter should have been able to see he was a child holding a white flag. In Khan Yunis, a 4-year-old girl shot in the head while eating with her family in the tent. No one else in the family was injured. She survived, but the left side of her body paralysed. The commission concluded she was targeted by a quadcopter mounted with an assault rifle. After the October 2025 so-called ceasefire...
It's like, who's supplying them with quadcopters? Who's supplying them with all these weapons?
Israel has not ceased firing. In fact, they've killed hundreds of Palestinians. And in this one example, 2 brothers aged 10 years old and 9 years old were killed by an Israeli drone strike near Khan Yunis while gathering firewood for their father, who is in a wheelchair. Israeli forces said they were suspects and an immediate threat. The commission rejects these claims, noting they were more than 300 meters away from Israeli soldiers, were visibly and clearly children, and were collecting firewood. In Sheikh Radwan, the report says Israeli soldiers threw 4 grenades into a house with 30 family members, badly injuring a 5-year-old boy. Israeli forces then entered and shot dead 8 family members, including his parents, and did not provide medical assistance. A doctor at a school reinserted the children's exposed intestines using diapers and tape. He later needed multiple surgeries and left.
Every day, I've seen so many pictures of dead children. What he's just describing with their organs outside of their bodies, no legs, you can see their bones, all on Twitter, and I repost it, and I get like 18 likes. Nobody sees these posts, but it's just incessant.
Permanent disability. His 6-year-old brother also survived. Both had witnessed their parents' killing, including their pregnant mother being shot dead. The report also describes the decomposing bodies of 4 babies found in Al Nasser Pediatric Hospital's neonatal intensive care unit after staff were forced to evacuate and couldn't safely move the most vulnerable infants. The babies were reportedly still attached to life support equipment, rendered useless by the electricity outage and attacks. The commission says the video was digitally verified and notes Israel did not even claim Al Nasser Pediatric Hospital was used by Hamas, as they've done with other attacks on hospitals. Then there was a 15-year-old boy held at the notorious Dei Taiman detention centre, which is just this hideous, nightmarish prison of torture
and rape
and murder. He was the only child among 70 adults. He was shackled until his hands bled, punished by being forced to stand for hours and terrorised with dogs. Another 15-year-old detained from Gaza said he was denied water, told to drink urine, beaten, interrogated, electrocuted through a needle, inserted into his shoulder, deprived of food and water, and forced into painful positions. Listen to this now from the British surgeon Niam Namod, who served in Gaza, responding to the report.
On this visit you've just made, compared to when you were there before,
it's such a revelation. I thought the state of affairs in the world was bad. It's actually way worse. It's way worse than anything we ever even thought, And it's being spoon-fed to us on the daily.
what is the level of trauma that people have suffered? How I mean, it seems like such a simple question, but how are people coping and surviving?
I think they just go day by day. So one of my Palestinian colleagues, whilst we were there, on 3 occasions, the car ahead of him was targeted by a missile and blown up. And he was quite shaken on the first occasion because he said 20 meters, that could have been me killed. By the 3rd occasion, he'd become resigned to it and said, well, if it's my time, it's my time. This is the kind of thing that people are facing on a daily basis, even though there's supposed to be a ceasefire.
Is it difficult coming back?
Yes.
How do you feel when you return after what you've experienced and been through? It must be so hard.
I think I feel quite angry that this country, which traditionally has stood for justice and has stood up for the oppressed.
England?
Has an international reputation for doing that, is letting this genocide go by and doing nothing about it.
That's what he's emphasising here, our complicity. His own government is complicit in these crimes. Our government is complicit in these crimes.
England has never stood for justice. England is like the worst offender of crimes against humanity in history before the United States. Now I think the United States is number one.
So much overwhelming evidence separate from this report about the deliberate targeting of children. Even the New York Times, which has whitewashed Israel's genocide, they published a report back in 2024 based on the testimonies of dozens of US-based doctors, nurses, and paramedics. And they testified that Palestinian children were being shot in the head and in the chest.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is so hideous.
He's got to say
they
it.
had the evidence. The New York Times published it with evidence, including
But what about
X-rays
their
and the rest of
feeling
it. There was then a deliberate
about it?
attempt online by pro-Israel propagandists to claim that this was fabricated. And the New York Times had to release their own clarification, going through the evidence showing the incontrovertible truth of what these dozens of US-based doctors,
Nothing better
nurses,
than being
paramedics had
colonized by
said.
justice.
In another example, Dr. Nick Maynard, a British doctor, he, on this channel, testified to me about how when he was serving in Gaza, each day, young boys, children, would come in with injuries to different parts of their anatomy. On one day, boys would come in, they'd all been
They
shot
played
in the head.
games.
On another, the neck.
They'd be
and
like,
another, the
Monday
chest, on the
is
other, the
Monday is. It's like when you go to the gym. And this is such a dark joke, but you know, it's leg day. It's arm day. Well, that's what they do to the Palestinians on a daily basis. It's like, today we're shooting legs. Today we're shooting genitals. Tuesday is head day.
testicles. His conclusion were those Israeli soldiers must have been playing a game.
Yep.
Let's shoot a different part of people's anatomy, of boys, young boys, Palestinian boys. Let's shoot a different part of their anatomy each day. Listen to this as well from a Jewish American doctor who served in Gaza.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple of weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children
I've
that
seen
were
that
shot
too,
twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In 2024, the NGO Defence for Children International published a report documenting 141 Palestinian children killed by Israeli forces and settlers in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, between 7th October 2023 and the 31st of July 2024. 116 of the 141 children were shot dead with live ammunition or by snipers. The NGO says that nearly all were shot in the head or torso and 18 were shot in the back, which it says describes a crystal clear indicator that the child posed no threat. The report's visual summary says 90% of those 116 children were struck in the head, torso, or multiple areas, and DCIP says that indicates shooters targeted them with intent to kill. It says there's no evidence warnings were issued or less lethal measures attempted. The evidence, they say, indicates that Israeli forces in practice have a policy in place that amounts to willful killing. They say Israeli forces are
That's what I'm
deliberately
thinking in my head. Like, what are we doing? Like, how is this even being still? It's still going on. They're still doing this on today, you know, in Gaza.
Targeting Palestinian children in the occupied West Bank. Now, the BBC's failure on Israel's genocide are overwhelming. I've documented them. Many of you may have read or heard what I've written or what I've done on this video channel. Catastrophic complicity with Israel's genocide. But the BBC World Service did this study in 2025.
The BBC World Service has
Like,
compiled...
in a sane world, like the entire American population would be mobilized against this and demanding Congress to stop supporting this genocide. But, you know, according to a Quinnipiac poll, most Americans don't even know who Netanyahu is.
material on over 160 cases where children have been shot in Gaza and found that in 95 cases, the child was shot in the head or the chest. In most of these cases,
But they know who Lionel Messi is. They know who Beyonce is.
the victim was under 12 years old. The cases we found run from the first weeks of the war up to July this year.
Just to repeat, in 95 of the 160 cases, the child was shot in the head or the chest. Israel is deliberately murdering children. It's deliberately targeting children.
They've been doing it since
The evidence
the 40s.
is absolutely overwhelming.
Since before it was even started.
There is case closed. There's nothing more to even add on that. In a tangible sense to defend the claim. There is overwhelming evidence on a mass scale that
Like the soldiers are instructed to do all this shit, and then the Israeli officials are there to lie and front face the public and whitewash it all.
the Israeli state is deliberately killing children in Gaza and in the West Bank and in other occupied territories. The deliberate killing of Palestinian children by the Israeli state. That's what we're talking about. There is nothing more evil, is there, really? Not on the grand scale of things. Or to deliberately murder children. You know, we had the...
Was it Hamas that killed JFK? Is that right, with the magic bullet?
Fake lie that Israeli children were beheaded on the 7th of October, which was used to justify the genocide. And there was infinitely more outrage over that falsehood than there is at the actual mass deliberate killing of Palestinian children by an Israeli state armed to the teeth by the West. These crimes are directly facilitated by those who represent us and who claim to speak in our name. We have to stop this. We have to stop this. Because it's not just the fate of the Palestinian people here at stake. If we normalise this barbarism, there is no hope for our species, our civilization. If we normalise...
Yeah, as long as Israel exists, there's no hope for humanity. As long as Israel is still there, there will never be peace. And I think back to my childhood, listening to the grown-ups say how difficult and complex the Middle East is. You just really wouldn't understand. There's so much history. Come to find out, nope. It's actually very simple. It's incredibly simple. And think about this. Israel doesn't want to tell us who the 40 beheaded Israeli babies are, because there are no beheaded babies. Meanwhile, the Palestinians don't want to tell us who their dead babies are because Israel might kill their families. 2.
The deliberate killing of children. So we have to keep speaking out.
That's the complex issue that we're dealing with here. That's the difficult historical geopolitical conflict between the Palestinians and Israelis. In that turbulent part of the world where ceasefires just mean you moderately fire. There's just moderate escalation. Because we're talking about the Middle East, of course.
Stay silent in the face of these unspeakable crimes. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts and your comments. Help us take on a media which has facilitated genocide at Patreon.
Yeah, we need to remove Israel from all history books. I often say, Israel is the new Rhodesia. And you say, what's Rhodesia? And I say, exactly. I mean, what do you say after that video? That was just speechless. It's like the scene in the Truman Show when the boy said, I want to travel the world, and the teacher said, no need. It's all been discovered. I don't remember that. Remember that part? It's actually 6 million beheaded babies. At least. Allegedly. In Minecraft. Yeah, Israel makes Rhodesia look cute. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. And now South Africa has a case against Israel. But that's going to take years to litigate, of course. Is it a genocide? Is it not? I don't know. I think I need to see more videos. Let's have more evidence. Let's have it go on for another year or two, and then maybe we can litigate it and come to a final conclusion about this. But meanwhile, we're going to Pay lip service to all the crimes, of course. Okay, fine. Post the scene. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm conflicted. Do we have to we should remember Israel? I mean, either way, Israel, we know, is not long-term viable, but perhaps we shouldn't forget the lesson. As if we need another fucking lesson. Not to kill children. Not to commit genocides. But like Max Blumenthal says, I like how he puts it, Israel is an anachronistic colonial experiment. It's part of an old epic that has been dying off for decades now, the colonial epic. It's part of that colonial logic. It grew out of colonialism. It was patronized by two colonial empires. But that's the old world, you know? And the new world is struggling to be born. But now is the time of monsters. Now is the time of monster. When they say it's complicated.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
And Elon Musk says, Mars. What about Mars? So what are we supposed to take away from this? Like, what's the lesson then?
Trenches where the stakes are running, how we never sell our souls for comfort. Look me in the eye, learn from Hussein and his kin. We won't bow down in the dust.
I see. I get it. I get the metaphor now. Thank you for explaining it to me, because I am slow a little bit. When they say it's complicated, they just want you to remain inside the dome. That's right. Don't worry. There's nothing left to explore. We're all good here. Have some more goy slop. You know the Super Bowl is this Sunday. Now sit on Santa's lap. Tell him what you want for Christmas. Did y'all see that video? I think we saw it on stream where Christmas is like... The whole idea of Santa Claus is like a Jewish invention. The fact that you're offering your firstborn child to this old rabbinic-looking dude with a funny hat, and you go and sit on his lap. I mean, what is that reminiscent of? It's reminiscent of the Jewish child sacrificial tradition of offering your firstborn to Baal while you burn the effigy. You know? It's like, oh, fuck. It really makes you think, like, how deep does this rabbi hole go? I've had to de-Jewify my brain. Like, how many things have I accepted over the years? It's like, oh, this is just normal. Come to find out, it's really a hand-rubbing coin grabbler is behind it all, saying, let's make them sit on Santa's lap. Tell me what you want for Christmas. Will I get my toy, Santa? Yes, little Timmy. But first, your foreskin.
No, Santa, please. Don't touch me there.
Shut up, kid. Sorry. That was nothing. Shit. I was not... Never mind. Obviously, we have maintain strict adherence to all of YouTube's community guidelines here.
In war, Nasrallah Khamenei proved it in blood we trust. Locked in chains through the pain, conviction sharp like a blade. Facing tyrants and the systems, no, we're never dismayed. You can't buy out our devotion, we spit fuel to the fire. Yeah, the flesh might turn to ashes, but the doctrine goes higher. We never surrender. We never back down like Hussein.
I mean, just think about this. The Chosenites are so bad, historically bad, that they had fucking Jesus Christ flipping tables. If that tells you anything. That's crazy. You guys got Jesus to be violent? He was damaging corporate property? Because of the Jays? Oh my God. And then he was betrayed by a Jay. Named Judas. Jesus Christ got his ass Jewed by Judas. Oh, man. Nosferatu says, oh, they've been saying this about us for centuries. But remember that Jesus Christ has no strategic advantage over Genghis Khan. That's the big takeaway. There's such a threat to our Islamo-Christian values, you know? It's very upsetting. If we let the Jays run rampant, it's the end of Islamo-Christian civilization as we know it. All right, our precious Islamo-Christian civilization, it's over.
An ongoing investigation by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has uncovered a stunning pattern. Ukrainian government officials have been using American taxpayer dollars to bankroll political opponents of Donald Trump in the U.S. Congress. The scheme dates back to at least September 2022, right before the midterm elections. On August 8, 2022, the U.S. government approved a $4.5 billion grant to Ukraine. 17 days later, $3 billion of that money had been deposited into Ukrainian government accounts. From there, intelligence indicates the funds began flowing back to the United States, not for weapons or reconstruction, but for political campaigns of the most prominent anti-Trump Democrats. The key figure on the Ukrainian side is Sergei Marchenko.
Maybe that's why Iran invested in so many ballistic missiles. Can you be pedantic for a little bit? I mean, hello, it's your whole personality. Oh no, you don't get to back down from pedantry. Pedantism. No, go ahead. Go ahead, be pedantic. I didn't know you needed permission. That's just who you are. You are a pedant. But you're not a pedo. And that's what's important. And that's why we love you. We do not accept pedophiles on this stream. Pedophiles not welcome. Pedants, though, we can tolerate that. That's true. That's true. We kind of all are pedantic, aren't we? Someone please change the subject. I'm sorry, Saeed. Am I making you awkward? Making you feel awkward? Is there a joke here, Saeed? What are you talking about? Can you be pedantic? Pedantic means you're
Ukraine's finance
a
minister.
little too academic. It's like you're hung up on small, inconsequential, silly differences. I think of pedantic as like how I think of semantic. So what's your point, man? Okay, you stopped the entire stream with your pedantry, and now you're backing away from it. We don't mind pedants, but we do mind cowards. That's right, just like this fucking guy. The bloody pedant. The Lego video is making you uneasy. Fellow Muslims will understand what I mean. I didn't get it. I don't even know. Can you explain it to me? Or what's this about? Does it have to do something with the contradiction between Persian culture and Arab culture? Hell no, he says. All right, he's not going to tell us. That's it. He does not want us to know what he's talking about. Bergamot understands. You know but will not say. All right, fine. You're going to withhold information from us? You're going to lord over us with information that you won't be forthcoming with? That sounds very, very spiritually Jewish of you. Well, maybe somebody can explain it to me in the Discord, because I would love to know. But we won't play it. I won't play it again because it's making you feel uneasy. I would not want that. Can anyone explain what's happening here? Apparently a chicken is being swung over the head of a tiny hatted, bra-padded man. What the fuck? I think all of the sin in that Jewish boy's body is leaving him and being transferred onto the chicken. If I had to guess, I think that's what is happening here. What is the chicken doing there? Kentucky swung chicken, like somebody said. I don't know. Tesla launches new model of explosions.
Tesla stocks are surging this morning after the company finally announced its long-awaited next-generation model of explosions. According to CEO Elon Musk, the premium high-performance exploding Tesla Series XP is set to debut later this month. For more, we're joined now from the New York Stock Exchange by ONN's Stephen Green. Stephen, how much of a role is this announcement playing in what we're seeing in the stock?
It's certainly having a positive effect, Dwight. And look, it's no secret that Tesla's been underperforming. Not nearly as many fiery infernos in Q1 as they would have hoped, but they think that they have something here with this new model.
It does look slick, but what is it that makes this Tesla different from their other fireballs on the market?
Well, like its predecessors, the XP features Tesla's signature minimalist interiors with functional touchscreens, futuristic curves, and sleek leather seats that will all immediately combust and disintegrate upon ignition. But what's different about the XP is that they've actually borrowed some of the same technology used by SpaceX, incorporating it as well as a whole slew of other safety features that are basically non-existent.
And any concern from Tesla about potentially shrinking its customer base?
Not according to Musk, who spoke at a launch event yesterday saying of Tesla drivers, quote, "Not even death can stop these idiots from giving us their money."
For real, dude. Why would you buy a Tesla?
Test explode one of those myself. All right, thank you, Steve. Coming up next, a major archaeological discovery. Hear how a recent excavation may have uncovered the source of the annoying ancient beeping sound. You're watching the Onion News Network.
Do you ever get the feeling you're being watched? An eerie sense.
I do. Every time I'm on live, whenever I'm streaming, I'm like, God, this is so weird. I feel like I'm being watched right now. It's unsettling.
That the deck is stacked against you by someone or something hovering in the corner of your eye. You're not alone. According to a recent Gallup poll, 7 out of 10 Americans oppose the construction.
7-10? That statistic is anti-Semitic, if I've ever seen one.
Of data centers in their backyard to power AI. But despite this incredible statistic, opposing ChatGPT and sprawling server farms could be the reason you show up on a federal watch.
I'm getting so hyped to learn how I'm being stalked by the government with this music.
According to
I don't know what they're saying, but the music is banging.
Documents I obtained and published with Wired. This is America's new surveillance regime. With the help of insider voices, we'll paint a picture of the deep state embarking on a vast new conspiracy. This time, the government's fight isn't with foreign adversaries like Iran, China, or Russia. It's here on American soil, and its alleged enemies are everyday Americans working everyday American jobs. The goal isn't protecting national security, but the profits and feelings of corporate America.
This is telling the Justice Department, the FBI, the DEA,
Everybody say hello to your FBI handler. Hey.
Secret Service, all these agencies, hey guys, we have to focus on this.
The price of gas, food, childcare, everything is going up. And to see something that characterizes class-based or economic grievances as an indicator of terrorism or a dangerous belief is really shocking.
My name is Daniel Boguslaw, and I'm an investigative reporter covering national security and U.S. intelligence agencies.
Saeed, I don't even think I'm not sure if you sleep. Because you're watching the stream consistently. And in your part of the world, it's really late/early in the morning. So
Stick with
I don't
me
think
over
you
the
sleep.
next few minutes. We'll not
But you
only
also have like 3 kids, so that makes sense too.
outline this new conspiracy, but for the first time, we'll reveal one government agency that is taking on an unprecedented role in the war against workers. Lists are being drawn up, new categories of dissent are being formulated, and the citizens being targeted are just like you. Let's take a look at what your government...
Okay, I guess you're confirming, Thugbone, that Saeed is indeed, hey, that rhymed, a vampire.
Doesn't want you to know.
4 hours?
The clearest signpost of a new mass surveillance and intimidation campaign
Sometimes
taking place across...
Sometimes that can be good, but not consistently. 4 hours is not enough, Saeed.
The country.
That's unhealthy.
Is an unassuming 5-character acronym, NSPM-7, short for National Security Presidential Memorandum 7.
Can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you that's a yes or no question. Did you?
Am I from the USA? I'm from your mother's house. Whatever country that is in, that's where I'm from.
I'm not going to answer it yes or no.
This was the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi refusing to answer a member of Congress's question about the formulation of secret lists of subversives under NSPM 7. And her efforts to obscure the narrative around this program go even deeper. My former colleague, independent journalist Ken Klippenstein, began investigating
Oh my God. Well, I don't think we have to look at his analysis. Really? His name is Klippenstein? What's his first name? Coin? Right. Coin Klippenstein? Was Grappler taken?
And obtaining confidential documents. In response, Klippenstein had several visits from Bondi's direct reports at the FBI.
Klippenstein? Again? Klippenstein, we're missing some funds out of the out of our shared bank account. Would you know anything about that? Klippenstein strikes again.
So I booked a trip to Madison, Wisconsin to talk to him about it.
At this point, I've had 2 visits for stories that I've done from different FBI agents. One was...
Actually, I think Ken Klippenstein's pretty based. Now that I see his name, I didn't realize, but he's on Twitter. His name's Ken, and I said his name's Coin. He was so close, right? So close to becoming a stereotype. Coin? No, Ken.
From a field office in Middleton. which is like 15 or 20 minutes from where I live here in Madison, Wisconsin.
I asked Ken to take me back to the start of this conspiracy. 7 months ago on September 25th, 2025, when President Trump signed an executive order that unleashed drastic impacts and very little media scrutiny.
It's really a significant order because when it was first handed down, I think there was a lot of confusion about what it was. There were questions about, oh, this is just rhetoric. Trump says a lot of things, which he does say.
Okay, maybe he is a Fed. I don't know. I thought maybe I don't. Sometimes when I see reports about things, I see it's him posting, and it's usually been things that I agree with. I can't remember specifically. It's not like I follow him or anything, but
a lot of things that there's.
I could be
wrong.
wrong.
He's
like an investigative journalist, I think.
Just Trump saying crazy things. But this was absolutely something that has been interpreted by the federal government as something that we're going to operationalize.
But where did NSPM 7 and the FBI's visit to Ken come from?
NSPM 7 and those visits are related to a sense of paranoia that I think pervades certainly the national security establishment as a result of some of the high-profile acts of violence that we've seen, the attempted assassination of President Trump when he was on the campaign trail, the murder of Charlie Kirk, murder of the CEO of United Healthcare, which has created, when I talk to people from these agencies, a sense of that there's an uprising against the kind of political elite.
While the average American who takes issue with the greed of big corporations, the overreach of big government, and sky-high health insurance rates isn't about to commit an act of political violence, they're being targeted by the same powers used to target lunatic assassins.
Maybe he was.
It's unusually open about what they're targeting, and on the list are things
It's funny
like
that the Democrats, that the Democrats are fucking cooked in their, part of this whole scam because they made such a big deal about Donald Trump is controlled by a foreign country. A foreign agent is controlling Donald Trump. And who's that country? Russia? No, I think it should be called Israel Gate, right, Democrats?
Anti-Christian sentiment.
Oh, wait, but you're also controlled by the same foreign country that he is, so you're never going to talk about that.
Anti-traditional family sentiment, anti-Americanism.
What about anti-capitalism? Is that on the list?
Yes, anti-capitalism is also on the list.
Anti-capitalism is a gateway drug to anti-Semitism, I've learned.
Sentiment has also showed up in federal law enforcement documents as a focal point of surveillance. Ken told me that these extremely broad and vague categories aren't just talking points, but massive dragnets to swoop up all kinds of speech and dissent.
So this is telling the Justice Department, the FBI, the DEA, the...
I still want to know, like, what was the etymological history of this, of Klippenstein? Like, how did it become Klippenstein? What was his forebears, his forefathers, doing back in the olden days to get that name? Klippenstein.
Secret Service, all these agencies, hey guys, we have to focus on this, and what we're focused on is that list of so-called indicators that I was describing.
I'm guessing his ancestry was involved in finance.
Before, they're supposed to tell you, or the administration says it's supposed to tell you, what will portend future acts of terrorism. This is something on which people are being promoted, resources are being allocated at the field office level in all 52 FBI field offices across the country.
NSPM 7 is a public record, but confidential documents Ken obtained show how it's been interpreted by intelligence agencies to become a guiding force in intelligence collection.
Yeah, so I was leaked a copy of the Department
Klippenstein, I gave you 100 ounces of silver just last week. Now I only got 95. What happened? Klippenstein's like, I didn't see nothing. I don't know.
Homeland Security's strategy, and it had a new term, class-based or economic grievances. They're worried about terrorism as defined by class-based or economic grievances. And typically, when you have a counter-terror approach, that's supposed to be focused on groups like Al-Qaeda or ISIS.
I don't want to watch it anymore. Is that okay? The biggest thing for me, the biggest takeaway was the guy's name was Coin Klippenstein. For the love of ball, I think I'm going to hell.
Peter Thiel.
It is? It's raining. Okay. It's raining here.
A team! Sean! We're going to war, soldier! Well, you are, not me. It's time to get boots on the ground!
It's Jeffrey's War. Are you a pathetic gooner looking for love?
Aren't we all? Well, we've got plenty of ladies. And they're just waiting for liberation.
Liberation.
All you have to do is beat our challenge. It's time to roll the die on your lives. Let's see what these boys won. It's crippling PTSD and higher gas prices. A brand new luxury casket. You answered C, and you are correct. Do you have what it takes to play with Jeff Craig?
We want you to
Jeff
play
Rag.
Jeffrey's War. Your local TV listings.
Congress member, how do you feel about the amputees in Gaza and in Lebanon that the United States tax dollars are creating? I see you're an amputee yourself.
You know, a lot of those amputees blew themselves up messing with explosives.
What are you
Look at
talking about?
this amputee shitting on the amputees and Palestinians. Oh, they just blew themselves up.
They
Do you even know?
They should have been better bomb techs.
He's making fun of amputees as an amputee. What a fucking heartless, spineless bitch.
That is so ignorant
It's
of you to
so
say.
weird.
Hey, what about the Lebanon pager attack?
They were.
What about the pager attack? What about
Like, all you got to do to the guy that's holding the camera now, just make fun of the fact that he has no legs. If he's going to make fun of Palestinian amputees and say they deserved it or they, okay, well, let's apply that logic to you then. What happened to you? You blew yourself up? You know, like, what an idiot.
The
pager attack.
The psychopath gets so excited talking about a war
One of
crime.
the best attacks I have ever seen.
You're absolutely
When they put the
disgusting.
explosive-
You're disgusting.
when
What if
they-
your legs
What
were the
a-
ones that got cut off?
Well, they were cut off.
But if you think I'm disgusting, why don't you do something about it?
Why would I do something about it? I think you're disgusting. I
Do
think you're a
something
Trip him.
fascist.
Go ahead. Sweep his legs out.
Do something about
Wait, he
it.
doesn't have any legs. Whatever
I'm
those
gonna use
things
my
are.
First Amendment right. That's what I'm doing.
can do
Unlike
that too.
you, who's a male.
Now you're trying to physically assault somebody because you don't like the words that they're telling you.
militaristic pig wants to choose
Do
fighting.
something about it.
Wants to choose fighting.
He
Because
is
that's
doing
what
something
you
about
are.
it.
That's
He's
who
something
you
about
are.
He's talking
You're
to
an
you.
amputee, and you don't give a shit about amputees in
I
Gaza.
absolutely do.
In Gaza, you care
But
about
I was
them?
really happy to see the ones that got blown up by the pagers. That
You're
was a
absolutely
really good one.
disgusting.
So do something
That
about
is
it.
that was the biggest disabling event
you're not gonna do
in
anything
recent history.
You're
Of
not
course,
gonna
I'm
do
not going to do
Come
anything about it. This is a free country, and I have the
It
right
is.
to tell you,
You
a
have the
shitty
right to speak. You
congressman.
have the right to speak, but come on, do something about it.
What am I going to do about it?
I mean, you could try to do anything. You're not going to be successful.
Why would I ever? Why would
yeah,
I
what are you?
intimidate?
Why are you so horny for fighting? Like, do something about it. It's like, it's the defense of a weak-willed coward. Somebody that is obviously suffering from brain damage to just instead want to just, oh, well, I'll start a fight with you.
An elected official.
Well,
You're
you don't intimidate.
disgusting.
You don't intimidate me in any way.
Why
I
are
worry
you
about
trying to
about
instigate a
About
fight?
as much as I worry
He's
about.
obviously insecure. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. This type of behavior is deep-seated insecurity. It affects him. When he's alone, and he's got to look in the mirror, and he's got to take off his prosthetic legs at night, climb into bed, he's upset.
A cloudy day is about as much as I worry about.
Talk
you.
about Napoleon complex.
You know what? I don't.
Napoleon context. Nice little Freudian
give a
slip.
shit if you worry about me. You also don't get worried
care,
about
that's why you're
Israel
here.
taking
Did
over
they blow your dick off too?
this country. You want Israel to take over this country.
No, you know what? If you're a man right now, Mr. Bald-headed dude with no legs, pull your pants down. Let's see your cock.
An amputee
If you didn't care, you
who
wouldn't be
doesn't
here.
care about amputees.
Show us your dick.
You do not care about the rights.
Is it still
of
there?
people
Did your balls get
who
blown
have
off?
been
Because you're here.
disabled
So
as a civilian?
Of course I do.
Do you care about civilians being disabled?
absolutely, I
You
care
do?
about
He's shorter than Napoleon if you think about
What about
it.
in Gaza? You said
And I
you
speak
praised
to
the
people-
attack.
I speak to people.
You
all
said
the
you
time
praised the
that get this
pager
thing
attack.
because it killed terrorists.
Oh my God, there's so many. I mean, rather than expressing outrage, because I mean that is perfectly justifiable, perfectly legitimate to express outrage and anger for this fucking genocidal maniac who cheers on terrorism, you know? Of course. But I think a better tactic is to make fun of him. Yeah, say things like, who shaved your legs, bro? At least you don't have to worry about shaving your legs anymore. Hey, at least you don't have to worry about what shoe size you need.
It also killed innocent people.
Nah, it killed terrorists.
No,
So
it just
killed terrorists. And it did an excellent
innocent.
It looks like what, in addition to taking your legs, they took your balls too.
And innocent people. What about the innocent people? Isn't one too
I'd ask you to stand on business, but you can't stand.
many? When it's hundreds, thousands,
and a lot of the bombs.
thousands of
incredible
civilians,
job of killing terrorists.
thousands
Really
of
did an
civilians.
excellent job.
Oh,
And I'm for killing terrorists.
How'd you lose your legs?
I loved killing
How'd you
terrorists.
lose
It
your
was a great
legs?
part of my life.
How'd you lose
So,
your legs?
Killing terrorists.
Killing terrorists? So you lose them again because you just love killing brown people.
Oh, I would absolutely lose my legs again if it meant protecting my country from terrorists. 100%.
But
He fucking lost his legs for Halliburton. That's who he lost his. He lost his legs for Dick Cheney. Great. He lost his legs for Chevron. He lost his legs for disgraced Jewish financiers who eat and grape. CHILDREN.
Think innocent civilians are terrorists.
So I think
you want to fight in
His favorite character in Lord of the Rings is Legolas.
American citizen because I believe a different opinion than you. They're not setting off bombs. The people that are setting off bombs
Fire
are
rockets.
the Israeli
Oh, man. Is that the technical term for them? It took a lot of brain cells to get that out.
government in their pager attack.
They've got fire rockets.
Setting off bombs on terrorists, which was
Not just terrorists.
beyond beautiful. So
First off, glory to Hezbollah. Second off,
glory to Hezbollah. Was
glory
his
to Hezbollah.
He just said it.
That's
He
what
said
I'm gonna
glory to
say you.
Hezbollah.
Glory to Hezbollah was
Yeah.
this guy's statement.
Hey, let's clip that. This guy said glory to Hezbollah.
Resistance is justified when people are occupied, and you should be disgusted.
Sir, he's got a meeting.
He can leave at any point. He's already
Sir,
tried
yeah,
to
no,
fight
what are you
me.
talking
He
about?
wants me to fight him.
I invited you to do something.
He's
for this guy.
invited. You hear that?
You don't
That's
wanna do anything
instigation.
about it? That's okay.
I would never do that. I am a
Just
peace
carry on.
activist.
Carry on, please.
I have a right to stand here, and
You
I have
do?
a right.
Do you
I
know-
have a right to stand
Yeah,
here.
it's a
Do you know
meeting,
my
yes,
stance
you
on
can-
Then get in the car and go away. I will not.
Do you
impede
know
your
my
car.
stance on Hamas? Oh my God!
What is
Like,
your stance?
you just said how you thought that the Lebanese pager attack was the most beautiful thing that ever happened. Like, I don't think we, are confused about your stance on Hamas.
That we stand on their throat.
You know, I hope that you are,
Oh
like,
God, this he's fumbling the bag. It's like, I wish I was there to do it, but I'm not.
I
But
hope that you lose everything.
good
that
on
you
him.
have,
I shouldn't
because
shit on
you
him.
are a satanic creature.
he's. And may people follow him
Why am I
for
being
the
stopped?
rest of his life, telling
Am I
him
being
this.
detained?
People should not
I'm free to go?
know
Or
peace.
what?
You're not free to go.
Uh,
They're running you. You have your ID or anything.
Why do you need to run me? So if I'm not being detained, why do I need to stay around?
How's it going, man?
It's-
You got any
it's
ID
okay.
on you, sir?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah,
So
all right,
reason
well, you're
is we
free
got a
to
call
go.
regarding you crossing the plaza.
Yeah.
All right. Was it restricted at the time?
It was not restricted.
Was people walking across?
Yes, there were. So I was a little confused
Okay.
as to why I was being detained. And I'm not being detained.
You're not being detained.
So am I free to go?
No, you're not yet.
Why? Well, if I'm not free to go, why am I being detained?
I'm waiting for somebody to call me back right now.
Okay. Well, then I'm being detained. If I'm not free to go, then I'm being
Free to
detained.
leave then. Yeah.
I'm free to leave?
Yeah, if you want to leave, sure.
I mean, if I'm not being detained, then I am free to leave. I'm going to go lock up my bike. I'll come back. How about I lock up my bike? I'll come walk back over here, and then I'm going to go into the building after. Anyway.
Yeah, sure. If you want to go.
What happened?
Uh-huh. What happened?
What happened?
As you were riding away,
Yeah.
you created a disorderly.
She can't even say it. She's like, I don't
because
even know.
It was above the tourist standard. Everybody
What
else.
do you mean above the tourist standard?
Above the tourist standard? What is this?
Everybody else
bullshit?
reacted to how you were talking.
above what a normal tourist would do.
What?
So that's why we stopped you. That's why we stopped you.
But it's politically
Was he
motivated.
exercising his right to free speech? Yes, but it was above the tourist standard.
They disagreed with my politics.
Okay, so that
Your Honor, put this guy in jail. He was not acting. He was acting above the tourist
created a
standard.
disorderly conduct situation. However, we've run you.
If I say it like this, there's an air of credibility to what I'm saying.
Nothing's come back. I'll let you go on your way.
All right.
We deemed you that you're not backed by Iran. You're not an Iranian proxy.
This is terrifying. According to the CEO of Flock, if you even try to map where his cameras are in your city, you're a terrorist.
There's an organization called DFlock, who are semi-well known now, I guess, if you're interested in this stuff, who take a fairly aggressive approach in terms of counting the number of cameras and having a Discord channel where they talk about potential, activities to move against Flock and stop it expanding.
And then unfortunately there's terroristic organizations like DFlock, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else.
This is pretty ironic coming from the guy who proudly says he's putting hundreds of thousands.
Okay, I gotta hop off here before I do, because I think we've gotten. I normally just do 4 hours, but we're close to 5. And I'm getting very, very horngry, which is a combination of hungry and never mind. I'm really aggressively hungry right now, and I know that I need to eat food. But I also want to just dispense with you the things that I've learned from this book as of last night, because it's my daily discipline to impart knowledge to you from things that I'm reading. And so I have some things highlighted. I'm just going to read them just to refresh my mind. It's more so about me than it is you, but you're here, so I might as well. 4 hours and 7 minutes. Is it not? What? Is it really? Oh, you're right. Oh, that's right. I got started like way late. You're right. I'm sorry. Wow, you're really holding my feet to the fire there, Saeed. You're right, okay? I started an hour later than I normally do. I forgot. Forgive me. Shabbat shalom. Daddy's home. Put away that phone. You know the thing, man. Sorry. But still, then that's actually okay then, because I actually did get to the 4-hour mark. So we're good. We're good. Okay? All is well. I hit my daily quota. Shabbat shalota. All right, I don't know. Only Hashem can forgive. You're right. Hashem can forgive, and Hashem needs every yid. I just hope he counts me in that number. Okay, so we're talking about the financialization of the economy. This is something that is near and dear to my heart right now. It's something that I really want to impress upon my audience, is that we are living through this latest epic of capitalism. We have to understand what's going on now. What's today's language that is able to, or put it all together to what's the language that's going to explain what's happening right now, because it's not good enough to just say, oh well, it's just an exploitative economy, it's all a scam, it's all a grift, it's a big Ponzi scheme. Okay, but why? How does this happen? What's the history behind it? How did it start? Where is it going? What is this? We have to use the language. We have to use the knowledge. We have to dig deep, okay? We got to lock in. We got to clock in. We got to lock in. We got to no, not that. But I think you get what I'm trying to say. So I'm just going to read some things here, and then I'll let you go. But I want you taking good notes, because this is going to be on the final exam. So the 19th century's fight to tax away land rents nearly succeeded. Now, just as a primer, just as a refresher here, there is a great disparity between classical economics and neoliberal economics. Okay, classical economics in the 18th started in the 18th century, 18th to 19th century. It gets bamboozled in the 20th and 21st, okay? We've gotten to this mutant form of capitalism that was not really, not only was it not necessarily predicted that this was going to happen, but it's completely antithetical to classical economics. Okay, so you get the point. So there's industrial capitalism, finance capitalism, you think classical economics, neoliberalism, 19th century, 20th century, et cetera, et cetera. There's all different ways you can highlight this contradiction, right? So the 19th century's fight, the main thing about classical economics is land rent should be the tax base. We want to get rid of the landlord class. That was the whole thing about industrial capitalism, the rise of the capitalist class. They were a reaction to feudalism. Remember that the feudalism epic was dominated by the feudal class, the landlord class, okay? They extracted land rents, and land is something that is natural. It's nothing. It's, you know, it would exist without a landlord class or not, you know. So the fact that they're extracting rent off of something that's from the natural world, that was seen as bad, you know, as an abomination. It was against free market principles, which is crazy. All right. Thank you, Saeed. Love to you as always, and I hope we see you again real soon. Have a great night or day, and get some more rest than just 4 hours. Come on. Let's give Dad a rest. Daddy needs a rest. Daddy's home. Okay. Swinging chickens or swing... You decide. Just saw that. That's beautiful. So eloquent. So sagely put. Yeah, Thomas Paine, exactly. What classical economist. I don't know if he was an economist per se, but he was definitely of that Adam Smith, you know, classical economic ilk, and he was a part of that time period. So it was very popular, this idea that land tax would fund basic income to prevent a rentier class. Thank you, Violin. He wrote this in the 1790s, right? And Wealth of Nations, also written in 1776 by Adam Smith, talked about all this as well. So the main exploitation, the main abomination was the landlord class. That was the remnant of the feudal aristocracy, if you will. That was what the capitalists were trying to abolish, and so the whole 19th century was a fight to tax away land rents, and they nearly succeeded, but lost momentum after World War I. The most obvious reason is political. So land ownership became democratized. They were able to, you know, get rid of the landlords, no longer monopolized by the heirs of warlord aristocracies living off their hereditary land rents. And I guess we could say they didn't get rid of the landlords, but they got rid of hereditary landlords. Okay? Yet the beneficiaries have not been governments, which are collecting only a fraction of the rent that classical economists hope to make the tax base. Nor has the private sector been freed from having to pay land rent. It is still being paid, but mainly to bankers now, as mortgage interest. So land rent becomes mortgage interest. Rent becomes mortgage. You know, whether you pay rent to a landlord or you pay mortgage to a banker, what's the difference? Okay? You're still eating a shit sandwich. Democratizing home ownership and other real estate has made mortgage credit the major market for banks, accounting for about 80% of bank loans in the United States and Britain. So most of the bank's profits come from real estate, okay? Real estate lending has become banking's most profitable arm, leading bankers to lobby against property taxes, knowing that whatever rent is not taxed will be available to be paid to them as interest on loans to the new buyers of property. Is this clicking? Are you tracking? Interest and other financial fees are much like the rents taken by the old landed aristocracy. It's the same concept. Both forms of rentier income are unearned and indeed have merged with finance dominant and taking the lead in this symbiotic FIRE sector. Now, everybody should know about the FIRE sector. If you're in this class, you got to understand that FIRE, F-I-R-E, stands for finance, insurance, and real estate. That is the predominant sector that is the biggest factor in the GDP, ironically enough, because there's nothing productive about the FIRE sector. Okay, so borrowers are required to take out insurance to protect the banks against loss of the collateral that they take out for their loans. So when a borrower goes to the bank and wants a bank loan, they also have to pay insurance to insurance companies. It's like the banks are kicking back the profits to the insurance companies. They're all in cahoots with each other. So you take out a bank loan, you actually have to pay not only interest on that loan, you have to pay insurance on that loan. Banks and speculators gamble on taking out credit default insurance, and this is what brought AIG down in 2008. I'm not sure I completely understand that. I want to dig into that too. But this merger of the leading forms of rent and rentier interests has enabled today's financial oligarchy to usurp the dominant role that the landed aristocracy occupied in the past. Bankers now are the ultimate recipients of land rents. That's why I say the final boss of finance capitalism is the big banks, which are converted into, land rents are converted into interest charges by the creation of mortgage credit. Yes, absolutely, Thugbone. I recommend everybody read this book. It's actually, you said that you got Super Imperialism. Now, I'll be honest with you, I never read the entire Super Imperialism. It's quite daunting. It's, you know, I've read the chapter on the IMF and the World Bank and the Bretton Woods system, and I've dabbled in a few other chapters, but that is a monstrosity of a book, and I find this, which was written only a few short years ago, where Super Imperialism was written in the 70s. This book by Michael Hudson was written in 2022, and I find it to be a lot more accessible. And I've also got another book called Killing the Host, which is the next book I'm going to read by him. But, so bankers now are the ultimate recipient of land rents, which are converted into interest charges. So the land rent became interest charges. The land rent you paid to the landlord, well, if you own a home, you're just paying interest. It's the same thing as paying the rent. The idea of financial returns as sterile goes back to Aristotle. Financial returns as sterile goes back to Aristotle. Aristotle said, what the fuck? How is it that a barren metal like silver could yield interest? This was defied the logic going back to Aristotle's time. They knew this was fucking predatory. Debtors did the work to pay, not the money lenders. Not the money lenders. It's the debtors, us. We did the work to pay off the loan, not the money lenders. Why are we... Now, classical economists echoed this logic in questioning how hereditary rights to demand land rent could be considered earnings. These rights were a privilege, which, by the way, the word privilege comes from Latin. It has Latin roots, of which mean private law. Privilege, the word privilege literally means private law. That, in my mind, means privatization. That's everything evil in the society stems from private laws, privatization. These rights were a privilege, that of owning a choke point, able to block others from using the land without paying ground rent, just as a monopolist owning a toll road can deny users access unless they pay a fee. You gotta pay the troll toll. That's why they're called troll tolls. Tolls for trolls. All forms of rentier income, all forms of rentier income, land rent, monopoly rent, and interest derive, get this, derive from state-granted legal privileges. Sanctimoniously called rights. What we call rights, the rights of property, the rights to issue interest-bearing loans, Those are state-granted legal privileges, but they're called rights for some reason. Well, we know the reason why, but ranging from rights to land and subsoil mineral resources to intellectual property rights and other monopolies headed by banking and money-creating privileges. Such privileges are obtained from governments, and thus they and the rents resulting from them are political rather than technologically necessary costs of production. Are you tracking? I'll say it again. Such privileges are obtained from governments, and thus they and the rents resulting from them are political rather than technologically necessary costs of production. Continuing on. Are you tracking? I hope so. God, I fucking hope so, because if I have to listen to another phone call from your mother crying to me about how much her son or daughter is a fuck up and a failure, and how they're not getting it, they're going to fail, and you're never going to get a job because you didn't pay attention, and this is why your mother cries at night. Economically, rents deriving from these privileges are transfer payments. Transfer payments. In the sense that they do not create a product, but merely appropriate revenue in a zero-sum relationship. You give me everything, I give you nothing. And somewhere, Coin Klippenstein is laughing all the way to the bank. All the way to the bank, Berg. In the sense that they do not create a product, but merely appropriate revenue in a zero-sum relationship. Okay, the common denominator is a legal privilege to receive income through a property claim. A property claim, a deed to the factory, right? Not by one's labor or as a result of direct business cost of production. Okay, now moving on. Now, by the 20th century, Frank Knight and his Chicago School, which I just think of neoliberal economics, Chicago School, Milton Friedman, neoliberal bullshit, adopted the medieval rationale for interest as reflecting the banker's risk of not being repaid. So this is like the 20th century rebuttal to 19th century classical economics, where they said land rent is exploitative, it's extractive, it's not productive, it has no place in industrial capitalism. Well, the 20th century financiers from the Chicago School said, let's adopt a medieval rationale, a rationale from the medieval ages for interest, which reflected that the banker's risk, that interest was a reflection of the banker's risk of not being repaid. So it's like they lent out this money, so we should get some interest because we don't know if we're going to get that money back, okay? But however, today's banks avoid risk completely by lending only against collateral that the debtors have, right? And making debtors pay the cost of insurance against loss. Yeah, they've got insurance backed by this, you know? You know, like the those people that got scammed. They're like, oh, this was FDIC insured. You know? We were paying insurance on this shit. And the bank still fucking lost it because they're gambling with your money. They're gambling with your retirement savings. So there's no risk that the banks are taking. You know, it's like these fucking capitalist apologists that are like, oh, but when you invest, you have to you take the risk. Yeah, maybe if you're a small business owner and you're putting up your life savings and that's your capital investment, yeah, that's a risk. But you're defending bankers, motherfucker. You're defending the big banks, and they don't take risk at all. They're risk averse. They only lend to you if they know that if you default on a payment, they can repossess your house, or they know that the insurance companies will back them up and reimburse them. The financial sector also has obtained government guarantees for mortgage loans. via the Federal Housing Authority, which is another abomination in and of itself. And ultimately, yes, the government's, the U.S. government has given our financial institutions, all the big banks, Wells Fargo, Citibank, J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and all their subsidiaries, they all have government insurance policies that amount to bailouts. And so they can make all these fraudulent, transactions. They can commit fraud, financial fraud, at your own detriment. And then when the shit collapses, the government's going to bail out the banks, and you're going to have to foreclose your home. Too big to fail, too big to jail. So when excessive bank lending and debt extraction threatens to create a crash, bankers turn to the government to save them from having to take a major loss. We know that. To avoid a widespread wave of bankruptcies and bank losses, the U.S. and European governments pursued a policy of quantitative easing, which is just to say they infused a bunch of new money. They just literally printed money from 2009 onward and provided a new surge of support for real estate, stock, and bond prices in 2020, 2021 to cope with the COVID-19 crisis. The financial sector's takeover of government's regulatory, lawmaking, and enforcement power and central bank policy leaves interest charges as almost pure economic rent. The aim of banks is not to take formal ownership of real estate. What they want is the land's rent. They just want that profit. To end up with most of it, they lobby to block the government's tax take. They are happy to leave homeowners with formal ownership title and as such to be liable for all the taxes and also for buying casualty insurance to protect the collateral that they have to pledge to their banks in exchange for mortgage loans. Get this, the core of modern finance capitalism is thus the finance, insurance, and real estate sector, the FIRE sector. It siphons off land rent and monopoly rents in the form of interest, financial and insurance charges at the expense of wages, profits, and tax revenue. All the shit that actually produces things in the economy, it siphons it off in the form of rent and interest. And, the fact that we have this bicameral Congress, we have the upper house, the lower house. In England, you have the House of Lords, and then you have the House of Commons. In the United States, you have the Senate and the House of Representatives. This is a historic battle going back thousands of years to ancient Rome and beyond, that this struggle between, this idea of land rent and who's going to collect the surplus value. So shifting economic planning away from elected governments to Wall Street, that's neoliberalism for you. Shifting economic planning away from elected governments to Wall Street. And when they say, China bad, China a centrally planned economy, well, you can tell that dumb fuck whoever said that every fucking economy in the history of economies is centrally planned. It's just, the question is, centrally planned by who? For what purpose? For whose benefit? Okay? In neoliberalism, the economy is planned by central bankers. It's planned by the 1%. In China, it's planned by the Communist Party. There's only one of those entities that is actually held accountable by the public. And I'll leave it to you to decide which one that is. I think you know. It's a rhetorical question, okay? Shut up. Shifting economic planning away from elected governments to Wall Street, the City of London, Frankfurt, the Paris Bourse, and other financial centers has recreated the power that the 1% formerly wielded via the House of Lords and other upper houses of government. Financial control and rent extraction are thus achieved peacefully and even democratically. Supported by mass media, while business schools indoctrinate students to believe that this is all for the best. So financial control and rent extraction are done peacefully and democratically, right? It's got the support and the legal backing of the government. And then you've got mass media and business schools saying this is all for the best. Hell yeah, I've already reached out to Michael Hudson. I'm already one step ahead of you, HMT. And he said that in July, perhaps, that we could get together. So I'm really excited. I'm gonna hit him up July 1st, you betcha. See if he's still down to clown around in the Bone Zone. But you know he's 87 years old. I hope knock on wood. I hope he said he's got to like have some doctor tests. I hope he's healthy. It says long active in organizing industrial trusts. So that's the banks. The banks organize the trusts. Okay, the big monopolies, the transnational conglomerates. They've managed that. They created that shit. They made the fucking climate for that, and they decide who gets this funding, who succeeds and who dies in the free market. So they have been long active in organizing industrial trusts to control prices and markets. The banking sector has largely ignored credit to finance productive capital investment. Here's a quote from Marx. Let's see. Let me set this up for you. It says, in his draft notes on interest-bearing capital and commercial capital in relation to industrial capital, so he's trying to make a juxtaposition between finance capital and actual productive industrial capital. Okay. This is his notes for what became Volume 3 of Capital. Marx wrote optimistically about how the historical task of industrial capitalism was to modernize banking and financial systems, rescuing society from usurious money lending and asset stripping, replacing the age-old parasitic tendencies of banking. So, like, interest is the oldest form of rent, you could say. Interest is the oldest form of like extractive, like what physically became land rent. You know, it's you can think of it conceptually, abstractly as the same thing as interest. Oh, this is boring. You know, find a better way to tell us that you can't comprehend what we're talking about. Okay. What you're really saying is that you're not intelligent enough to perceive what we're talking about here, and that's why it's boring to you. It's going over your head. Okay. But these are the things, you know, that you really need to know about, because this is the fucking economy that you live in, you dumbass. This is boring, though. I don't want to notice. I don't want to notice what the Jewish financier class is doing to me. It's boring, even though I have a Shlomo as my profile picture, and I'm railing hard against the Jays and the Israelis, right? But I don't want to know what they're doing. No, thank you. I don't want to become more knowledgeable in a subject matter that I don't know about. That's boring. Can't we just play video games? I hate Israel, but let's just go back to the bread and circus goy slop, please? Maybe we could play some Red Dead Redemption? Fucking idiot. Yeah, he's a landlord. That's probably what it is. He's averse to learning. Thank you, Phoenix Blue. It's a dirty game I never thought I'd ever understand. Thank you for this knowledge. And you know, I appreciate that, Phoenix. I really do, because I'm right there with you, okay? I've always been told, oh, you don't understand economics. It's all over your head. You don't understand quantitative easing and all these financial schemes that they concoct to try to justify and legitimate their corrupt, economic, extractive, exploitative policies. But it really is very simple, and I think that's the aha moment that we should be sighing relief, because it really is very simple. And when they tell you that it's complicated, just like they tell you that the Israeli-Palestinian situation is complicated, you just don't believe them. None of this shit is complicated. They try to complicate it so that you don't understand it, so that because you feel dumb, then you're never gonna, rise up and counter them and say, wait, this is all bullshit. They want you in the dark. That way you don't contest what they're doing. So this is a really, I highlighted the whole quote by Marx. So the commercial and interest-bearing forms of capital are older than industrial capital, but in the course of its evolution, industrial capital must therefore subjugate these forms and transform them into derived or special functions of itself. Okay, so what that means to me is that Marx is trying to say, or he is saying, that industrial capitalism is the innovation of the 19th century, and it needs to predominate over the older forms of capital, of financial capitalism, I guess, even though it wasn't really called financial capitalism, but it was what he called commercial and interest-bearing forms of capital, okay? He thinks, okay, he's in the 19th century. It's the age of industrial capitalism. There's this revolution in the supply chain and in the mode of production, which is always what happens when you have a revolution. Revolutions only apply to economic systems, okay? Revolutions happen because of a change in the mode of production. So that's why industrial capitalism had its heyday. That's why England became rich, because heavy industry, because machines and factories supplanted land as the main mode of production. It was no longer about agricultural land. It was about machines. It was about factories, about, heavy industry. That became the most important thing. That became the mode of production. So he was thinking, okay, this new mode of production is going to subjugate the older forms of capital. Okay, I'll continue. It encounters these older forms in the epoch of its formation and development. So as industrial capitalism is forming and developing, it's encountering these antecedents, these older forms. It counters them as antecedents, not as forms of its own life process. Where capitalist production has developed all its manifold forms and has become the dominant mode of production, interest-bearing capital is dominated by industrial capital, and commercial capital becomes merely a form of industrial capital derived from the circulation process. So I wonder if the bored dude can relate to us, since he's so bored and he knows everything. Can he tell us what did I just say? So the point is that Marx was perhaps a bit too optimistic, because that is not what happened. Okay, it's the reverse. Finance capitalism, interest-bearing capital, usurious capital has predominated over industrial capital. Okay, so think about this. But that is not what occurred in the English-speaking world, continues Hudson. Contrary to what Marx and other observers expected, bank lending did not find its major market in financing industry. Bank lending played almost no role in Britain's early industrial takeoff. So, bank lending played almost no role in Britain's early industrial takeoff, and most industrial investment today continues to be self-financed. Okay. And this fucking douchebag says, I know it all. I'm a laissez-faire capitalist. Yes, no government intervention in the free market, please. Meanwhile, let me advocate for neoliberal capitalists to control the government, to intervene in the government, to control the economy on behalf of the free market, right? Guy's still fucking drinking the Kool-Aid about the free market. And that's another thing. The free market, what we consider laissez-faire capitalism, you little chode, is not what classical economists considered the free market. You're advocating against the free market by advocating for laissez-faire capitalism. I'm glad that you learned that nice little buzzword, but it has no bearing on the actual economy because you're actually advocating for your own exploitation by the banks, you silly little chode. Because what free market means is free from economic rents, monopoly rents, free from interest, free from unearned income being collected by the banks on account of your hard work, your labor. But you're a laissez-faire capitalist, huh? You're not a capitalist, bitch. Where's your capital? If you're a capitalist, where's your capital? I own a car. I own a home. That's not capital. It's personal property, not private property. The free market relies on government subsidies not to collapse. Exactly. That's more truthful. This is from somebody that's not bored, who actually is paying attention. Okay? It's quite... Yeah, I'm hangry now. I'm really hungry, and then I'm just like, I'm on fire now because I'm hungry. And then you got chatters in here telling me how bored they are and they're laissez-faire capitalists, even though they're fucking wage serfs. Anyway, got to go clock in at Denny's. I'm a laissez-faire capitalist. Hang on, I'm late for my shift. Which is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong at working at Denny's, anywhere. But don't fucking claim that you're a capitalist. And don't support your class enemies. They are exploiting you. The least you could do is not pay them. The least you can do is pay them the favor back to them, right? Hate them as much as they hate you. In order to be a capitalist, you must be yay tall. In other words, yay tall meaning you have to own the means of production. In the age of finance capitalism, you have to have, a monopoly on an industry, or you have to own a financial institution, You have to monopolize a railroad. You have to own Amazon warehouse distribution centers and sortation centers. You've got to own a supply chain. You're not a capitalist if you own a home. You're just a fucking worker like me, all right? Quit putting on airs. But one day I'll be Jeff Bezos. I just got to grind harder is all. Yeah, you have to own you have to own labor. You have to own the labor of others. Now, owning your own labor, that's a very socialist thing. We all want to own our own labor. We want to have control over the fruits of our labor. That's what makes us, class conscious. We're just like not living in a fantasy. We have no delusions about the world we live in. We want to own the fruits of our labor. That seems like a pretty basic principle that was espoused, for centuries now. That's nothing new. So James Watt and other inventors raised money mainly by mortgaging real estate. He's trying to say, like, the takeoff of industrial capitalism had nothing to do with big banks. Nothing to do with bank lending. That also is how many 20th century producers raised money for their enterprises, from industrial inventors to movie makers. So banks, get this. This is what I have highlighted. Banks rarely lend to create new means of production. They don't invest in industrial capitalism. They don't make capital investments into industry. Let's just say it like that. They make investments to finance more debt, you know, and that just gets fed back into them, you know. They make this shit up, man. It's a Ponzi scheme. You know, what is a Ponzi scheme? A Ponzi scheme is when you dupe early investors. You dupe investors to give money to you for some product, but there is no product. That product does not turn a profit. And to keep it going, to pay back investors their return on investment, you have to find new investors. And it finally collapses. You know, you have to find new investors to pay the older investors because there's no profit being had. There's no profit being made. That's like the banking system here. In this age of finance capitalism, they just create more credit to service an exponentially rising debt ceiling. Okay? They raise interest rates arbitrarily. They raise the price of real estate and other rent-yielding assets. And all that gets siphoned off of wages and industry. So instead of the financial sector being industrialized as Marx expected, industry has been financialized. Okay? And you can't financialize industry while simultaneously deindustrializing, because you're spending less money on capital, on industrial investments. You're spending less money, you're spending less capital on productive things, supply chains, innovating new modes of production, you know, paying workers, God forbid. There's only so much amount of resources that you can throw at things, and if you're throwing it so much at financial institutions, at debt servicing, then that's less money that goes into the productive base, the productive industrial base. So we have deindustrialized in the United States, and that's why China is winning, because they are they are what the 19th century England was, okay, at the age of industrial capitalism. They are the workshop of the world. That's what Britain was in the 19th century, and that's what China is in the 21st. And we're not. We're just consumers. Everything we consume is made in China. We use corporate earnings for stock buybacks and dividend payouts, which is not a path to long-term industrial capital formation. All right? Anyway, that's my notes. Sorry for yelling. And I think I read you my notes from yesterday as well, so we don't have to redo that. But anyway, it's pretty good book. I hope you learned some things. I know I've learned some things. But I'm going to hop off now. I think we did hit the 5-hour mark, didn't we? Almost. We're like 6 minutes from it, but that was good. I think that's enough to stew about for today. I'm gonna read another chapter tonight and take more notes, and I'll have some more information for you tomorrow as well. The next part is on fictitious capital, which is to say, you know, finance capitalism, which is what Marx predicted, but thought that, you know, industrial capitalism was going to win out and then lead eventually to socialism. That was the main thing. But it did in certain parts of the world, you know, but not in the West, clearly. All right, guys. Thank you. I'm going to go have a nice Mexican for dinner. I was going to have a Chinese, but I decided Mexican. Decided I was going to eat a Mexican. And that's going to be my dinner. So I hope you have a nice time with whatever you're doing for the rest of the evening / day / morning. As always, I appreciate you. I love this community. Thanks for giving me a purpose in this life. Thanks for accepting me into your homes or wherever you are, accepting me into your life. I sincerely appreciate it. I don't take it for granted. And I try to make it worth your while. All right. I hope that it helps. And I'll be back tomorrow for to conclude the week. And I hope you'll join me. It'll be a fun little Friday. Thank you, Thugbone. Thanks, Music Guides. Thank you, Salad Noodles. All my wonderful people on Twitch. I love you. We're a small, tight-knit community on Twitch, but it's there's no fat on those bones, all right? All killer, no filler. And thank you, of course, to my YouTube community as well. Thank you to all the moderators, including number one in my hearts and my playbooks, Obi-Wan69. Thank you so much for running the streams and the Discords. And join the Discord if you fancy. We have a very vibrant Discord community where you guys share a lot that I look at on stream, of course. Bergamot, thank you so much. Violin, Hot Dog, Lee, Bernsk, Salad Noodles. Thank you to my Patreon community as well. You guys support me every month. I don't shout you guys out enough, but I sincerely appreciate all my patrons. And that'll be it for me. I know I forgot J. Jackson Ravenstong. You know I can't forget you. I love you. Lurley and Fat Cubicle and all these wonderful accounts that support me on a daily basis. Thank you. All right. Peace and love. I'm gonna have a dinner. I'm gonna go have dinner, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay. Have a great night. Bye bye.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenos noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas